Provo Municipal Council Redevelopment Agency of Provo work session agenda at 12:06, Tuesday, September 5th, 2023. We'd like to recognize Councilor George Handlers, Councilor Dave Shipley, Patrice McKay, Councilor Rachel Whipple, and Councilor Shannon Ellsworth are gathered here. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. When speaking, please be sure to use a microphone so that the record is clear for those attending and those attending virtually can hear you. Please also be sure to limit side conversations as they interfere with the audio recording. If you need to have a side conversation, please step out of the work meeting room. Now we are going to approve minutes. The August 22nd, 2003 work meeting minutes have been continued. It is proposed that we continue the following minutes. It is proposed we approve the following minutes. We're looking to approve June 20th, 2023 council meeting, July 18th, 2023 council meeting, and August 1st, 2023 council meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes? Are there any objections? Okay. Seeing no objection, I declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. All right, our first item today will be a discussion regarding short-term rental properties in Provo. And this will be presented by Malia Daly, our policy analyst.
First of all, just tech-wise for those in the room, this keeps happening. We're aware of it, and so yeah, something we can do right now.
I'll be back on.
It's coming back. Anyway, I'll get started and hopefully it'll come back. If not, no worries. Hopefully everyone read the memo, so we'll be here anyway. Okay, so short-term rentals. Discussing that. So this originally 3-member committees last year, the housing committee at the end of 2022 started to look into these, and then we ended committees at the start of this year, but it continued over as an issue request item for the council, and then we did the prioritizing the housing related requests, and short-term rentals came in at the bottom. So we've worked through some other things, if you remember, and now we're on to short-term rentals. So this initial meeting here, this initial discussion is to really just kind of lay context and groundwork for short-term rentals, current status in Provo, how many there are, code, basic enforcement, and then, but also today, the real goal of today is to set some policy goals that the council has majority support on and get some more direction. So then we can go back and work with planning staff or work with any other partners to kind of cater this to more what the council is looking for. So we will go ahead and get started. And Michael, do you want to click on the screen for this, please? Thank you. Okay, it's not working. So do you just want to go to the next slide? Thank you. No worries. Okay, so short-term rentals are SPRs, which is how they're referred to in the memo and throughout this slide. So here are just some basic pros and cons, very basic, but kind of just give a general overview based on academic research. And also just kind of practical evidence as well. So economic, increased tourism accommodations, but also income for home and property owners as a way to kind of supplement income in single family homes or other properties. It also provides flexible accommodation options for visitors to the city, and they can also provide opportunity for the city to capture additional commodity tax revenue. Some potential cons, so housing impacts. There is evidence that's been studied multiple times in a lot of different cities in a lot of different contexts that long-term rentals, there is a trend if short-term rentals are allowed within a city. For long-term rentals to become short-term rentals, and that zones, properties in zones that allow for short-term rentals, there tends to be raised home prices and raised rent for long-term rentals in the same areas where short-term rentals exist. And then there you go. And then also just neighborhood dynamic concerns. So this is something that was brought up in housing committee at the end of last year, talking about issues with noise and parking and any other concerns that people might have. Airbnb just last year tried to crack down on party homes, where people rent out their homes for giant like family reunions or giant parties, and so that is now banned across the Airbnb platform through their own platform, but that can still be definitely a concern. And then potential increased city service requests. So moving on to the next one, for this SDRs in Utah. So this, I just pulled these from Kelsey Gardner, so they just did a study in 2021, in June of 21, where they looked at the total number of short-term rentals and kind of what percentage there of the housing stock within each, they went by county. And so they found that there was a big uptick in growth from 2019 to 21. We found most of that actually happened from 2020 to 21 during COVID and the lockdown, when hotels, there was restrictions on hotels, or people weren't traveling as much, or various other things. Then a lot of people changed parts of their home or their whole home into short-term rentals. With that being said, that is a pretty big growth at 26%, but there's 5 counties that account for over 2/3 of all that growth. Utah County is not one of them, but they kind of Summit, which is our next door neighbor, Washington, Salt Lake, also a neighbor, and then Rich and Grand. So when you go to Utah County, Utah County ranks actually 5th in the state for the county with the most short-term rentals, with 5% of all the rentals in the state being in the county. And the super majority of all of those listings are entire home listings. So in Airbnb, short-term rentals, VRBOs, you can rent out just like a single room or an entire home or various things. Most of the rentals in Utah County are for entire homes. So that's kind of just landscape in Utah. But then if we move more specifically to Provo, so active listings in Provo, I tried to pull this from a lot of different places. Just going to actually Airbnb and VRBO itself and kind of take what they had, but then also AirDNA is a pretty accepted and used company that does Airbnb kind of data, third party. And they listed 364 active listings, and in the memo there's a link there where you can go and see more data about that. Their 364 number, I will say, they included Sundance and some unincorporated kind of county land in that as well. So in between all the sites I looked at, it's about 340 to 370 active listings as of last week. Again, reflective like it is in the state, majority of these are entire home rentals. I will say some of the entire home rentals, I don't have a percentage, but some of them are like guest homes, where it's like above their garage or like a smaller home, but it's on the same property as the house. So it's listed as an entire home because it's a separate thing from the single family home, but
It's owner occupied.
yes, owner occupied, but it is an entire home based on Airbnb's kind of description of that. So when you look at the statistic of how much of the housing stock that is, there's around 30,000 total units of housing in the city. And that's taken from our Tenant and Moderate Income Housing Report. And so if you generalize, short-term rentals are about 0.01% of the city's housing stock currently. And so going back to the Kelsey Gardner data, they have a chart and that memos also. The Kelsey Gardner report is listed in the memo as a link, so you can go and look at all that data in more depth there. But Provo fails to place and the top 15 cities for both the total number of STRs, but also the share of the housing stock. I think we're like 18th and 20th or so. So we're still high, but we're not like Summit County where a whole quarter of their housing stock is short-term rentals. So moving on, we're gonna go and talk about existing state code. And city code. So state code, there actually isn't a lot of specifications regarding like design standards or zones that you can or cannot allow it in. They leave that largely up to cities, which is why there's a vast difference of codes across Utah on short-term rentals. But there is one in 2021, the NOPWELL language. So this is it doesn't allow cities to enforce on short-term rentals using the listing on the website as the primary source of evidence to enforce on them for being in illegal zones or being illegal altogether. You can use it as secondary evidence, but you can't say it's listed and here's the address. You can't use it as primary evidence for enforcement. As far as city code, short-term rentals are part of the rental dwelling section, so in 626. And under that, they fall under all of the same minimum health, safety, and parking requirements as rental dwelling units. Yeah, Patrice.
So to be clear, they only need a rental dweller's license, not like a separate short-term rental license.
But with that being said, I mean, there's only certain zones, like you see, there's only certain zones that allow short-term rentals, so yes, but yeah, it's just rental dwelling. But there's permitted zones, so the main zones that allow for it, and this map is kind of hard to see. There's a bigger map in the memo, and I'll explain the map in the memo as well because it provides another piece of info, but I tried to put it on here, it's too complicated. But here, so we primarily allow it in Z2, so downtown zones, I taught, and then there's small commercial zones. So if you look at the map here, I don't want to use the pen, I should roll it. But at the map, like up here, these zones.
Love this.
Yellow.
I'm glad you're an early adopter. Let's see it.
This is very
So like
exciting.
this zone up here, like these zones, these are more like I'm trying to SC zones, shopping commercial zones. Then there's some other type of commercial zoning down here that allows it. Down there that allows it. So there's different. So most of it's ITOD though and downtown zones. Short-term rentals are not permitted in agriculture zones or any residential zones. They're illegal currently in our code. Okay, so and also we can walk through some of these during our discussion, but I listed a number of cities in the appendix that are similar to Provo, and the way that they do zoning and the way that they do licensing. So, for example, Fort Collins and Boise and Bozeman, Montana, all are kind of similar in size, and then they have a college. Anyway, but they have some different ways of doing short-term rentals, and we can discuss those. Oh, the map in the appendix of the memo, there's this map. It's this with the black hash marks, which shows where short-term rentals are allowed. But also on that map has blue hash marks, which shows where ADUs are allowed. Currently, there's no overlap there. But the housing I talked to a member of planning staff from Salt Lake City who said that they have been seeing in some cases that some of their ADUs being turned into short-term rentals, and they're a little bit concerned about that. And so that's just an issue that they're facing. So I wanted to create a map to kind of see if there's any overlap here in our city. And currently there's not, but because of what zones they're permitted in. Okay, so next we talk about the next slide.
Yeah,
The next slide will be coming shortly. And talking about the goals, short-term rental policy and regulation. So this is kind of where we want to start having a discussion. Just thinking about goals that the council has and then some policy options that can be attached to those goals. So some questions to think about is determining where in Provo to allow or disallow them. And could some areas or citizens benefit from it? So like this income supplement income would be helpful to some homeowners, but also are there some areas or citizens that could be harmed if we allow. Public service resources, neighborhood disruptions. Currently in our code, we have an innkeeper tax for hotels and motels, bed and breakfasts, and short-term rentals are not listed under that as something that gets taxed from that, but yes, George.
Well, you can finish your sentence.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, it's maybe not exactly stated in this list of policy considerations, but one thing that I started to have doubts about that I was hoping to get wisdom from my fellow counselors and from staff about is, I mean, for one, I don't see like our use of it, or I guess I just don't know. If we don't know, we don't have to, and I'm sure Scott will be able to offer us some insight, but maybe we don't even have the staff to enforce something. But I wonder if regulating it more actually makes it much less disruptive than if we said, we don't like the problem, so we're not going to allow it. If we just sort of say we're not going to allow it, isn't it going to just grow like a weed and then become very disruptive? Do you see what I'm asking?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like one of those questions of like, do you legalize something that you don't like in order to regulate it better so that it actually has minimal impact? So that's kind of where my policy considerations are. That's something I'd like clarity, more clarity on.
We will have Scott speak to us when Malia's done. But Malia, that was interesting. So you think that short-term rentals are not collecting a tax bill for Provo?
They're not currently listed under the innkeeper tax. So that specific commodity tax where we can tax additional with the fact that it's a hospitality accommodation that the state allows us to tax as an additional sales tax. They're not listed under that.
So that, what is that? So that's a policy issue that we haven't set up.
Yeah, so we can add that to the list. So that code, we can just add it to the list. So in that code, there's a list of certain things that are subject to that tax. We can add those.
Wouldn't that be something that the providers like Airbnb and that would collect and
yes.
give to us? So right now we're getting none of that.
Well, not outside of normal sales tax, but we could get an additional.
But presumably a lot of those 340 are illegal anyway. So we can't collect revenue on something.
If they're illegal, then
right. Yeah. And we have plenty of legal ones.
Yeah. Anyway, that's part of my question. It's like, okay, so if we legalize it, we regulate it really carefully, we capture some tax, we can enforce on parking and noise and other kinds of things, make it workable, even though that means we're sort of saying we are allowing something we don't really like.
We already have legal ones and we are enforcing on the illegal ones. I don't know if to discuss that. Well, Scott talk when Leah's done. Were you done with it?
Yeah, at this point,
Councilorship.
At this point, the next slide is motions. So this is just some ideas and policy options. I will say a couple of these are from the issue tracker itself. So creating the cap, reviewing the permitted zone list, and then requiring STRs to have a proper RDL before running the pavement. Those are all from the issue tracker request / housing committee from last year. So those are ones that the council in some way has talked about before. And then also at the end of the memo, and we can pull it up as well, the National League of Cities has a really good guide for short-term rental regulation based on policy goals. And so that's also a great resource we can look at if want to.
Okay, Counselor Shipley has a question for you.
So, can you help us with some feedback on like Ogden or St. George? You mentioned some other cities. I'm actually not as interested in their policy as I am, but like in St. George, like just as an outside investor, I mean, I can get a condo inside of St. George for about $100,000. I can get it just right outside of St. George. So affordability is materially impacted by their ability to have compliance when it comes to the short-term rentals, and that's a material. I mean, that's a big deal for me. I mean, if our policy helps to
Not inflate.
yeah, to basically just not artificially inflate, housing price even more than they already are going to inflate because of the short-term rentals. I think that's a good policy goal for us. I didn't see it on the summary sheet, but affordability is so there's two sides of it, right? Somebody would say, well, it makes it more affordable if I can Airbnb it. And what I would say is not if you're doing the whole house, like that's not. I think maybe those are two separate issues. I don't have a big problem with somebody just renting out one of their rooms or renting out a part of their home. But if it's a whole home, then I feel like that is an affordability problem for us to see.
Yeah, I have to go ahead, Jen. I need to
No, I have a comment when you're done.
Oh,
Yeah.
First comment is regarding St. George. So last legislative session, they just passed a bill regarding second homes because St. George has a problem where people buy a second home or they buy it with other people and then they Airbnb it, but then they'll move down there for like the winter. And so they just passed a bill trying to help regulate that and trying to make it so people can't do that as much. So St. George has identified that as a problem that affects a lot of their whole entire single family homes. So that's as far as Ogden, other cities, Ogden's a lot like us where they just have certain zones where it is or isn't allowed and then they enforce the best they can.
Do they have more availability or less availability? Because we're pretty restricted, right? I mean,
Yeah.
We've got some areas and on a map, it looks like we've got some areas, but reality is if you buy a residential home in Provo, you're not.
They have some residential zones where you are. So it is more. My second thing is those cities that I included as in the memo, I included them because they have a unique way they have different levels of allowed short-term rentals. So in some zones you're allowed to rent out the whole home. Some zones you're allowed to rent out just one room and you're only allowed a cap on the number of days a year you're allowed to rent it out. Even on the whole home, you're only allowed to rent it out up to 200 days a year or 100 days a year. So it kind of so in that way they're trying to regulate it. I will say that then the cities where they say you're only allowed to rent it out 100 days a year, trying to enforce that is very hard.
Because Airbnb, these companies aren't going to help enforce.
No,
and they're not.
they
don't
only
care.
Yeah, I just had a couple of comments that apply broadly to Airbnbs, and I think it touches on some of what Dave was saying, but one thing I don't want to do in our policy discussions is equate Provo to St. George or equate Provo to Moab, because those are high tourist destinations, unlike Provo. Like, I know we capture people here or people come here because of BYU, but it's very different to have proximity to major national parks and like Europeans and Asians and people from all over the world in the country are really attracted to Moab and St. George in a way that they're not coming to Provo. So I don't think it's fair to equate us with St. George or Moab. Anyways, wanted to say that. I also wanted to relate one of the positive things that have come from legal or illegal Airbnbs in Provo that I don't want to be missed is the quality of housing stock. So I could take you to 4 different addresses where the home was old and the home was run down, it's a single family detached home in different parts of Provo. People bought it, they totally gutted it, they renovated it, it's a beautiful home, 4 of them that I have in mind right now. And they put them into Airbnbs and they were making money, and then the city found out and enforced on them. Now that housing stock is a much better quality than it was 10 years ago. And where I'm the owner of a very old house and I know how much it costs to maintain or even improve such an old house, if we can in some way incent people to invest in the quality of our housing stock through Airbnbs, I think that's a really worthwhile solution because there is value to these pioneer neighborhoods, these historic neighborhoods, century neighborhoods, and keeping those really unique homes or improving the quality of those really unique homes, I think is worthwhile. And this, I think, is an avenue or a possible solution to do some of that. So if anyone wants to drive around and I can point out these homes, I won't cite the address in a public meeting, but I've just been so impressed with how the Airbnb probably has a stronger return than a long-term lease, and therefore has created an incentive for people to dramatically improve the quality of the house. Not to say there aren't downsides or other issues, but that to me has really stuck out. And I have a friend that lives in one. There's one that I follow on social media that's gorgeous inside. Yeah, I think there's some unique solutions we could integrate.
Malia, are you done with your presentation?
Yep.
Can we have Scott speak to us real quick on anything else you'd like to fill in, or I'd love to know just specifically what you see enforcement wise, Scott Provo. And if you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Scott Johnson, as zoning industry city. I oversee the enforcement of city code. My staff members have actively been going out and enforcing on short-term rentals. I don't know, some of you may remember a few years ago, my predecessor, Kerry Walls, worked on gaining funding to allow us to use the software data scraping program called Granicus, which we still use today. And it's been a great tool to help us identify which properties are being used for short-term rentals. Because if you go on Airbnb and then look up a property, you don't get the address. We sometimes get a picture of the outside. Hopefully, we can identify it from that. Granicus actually goes through all of the pictures that are uploaded onto various short-term rental websites. Looks at other websites like Zillow or other real estate type websites that would have pictures of the interior as well as Google Street View. And they have people go through and verify specifically, okay, here are the unique features of this property in Airbnb and also in Google or Zillow or whatnot. So it's been able to allow us to really pinpoint and take a proactive approach to some of the illegal short-term rentals within the city. Granted, we are limited in resources, so we can't go after all 300 whatever number of illegal ones that there are, but we are taking a one bite at a time approach to it, going out and forcing on a few here and a few there, and we've been finding success in doing that. And then just as for regulating those that are legal, we haven't been as strong as we probably should be at requiring those that are legal to get a rental dwelling license. Partly because what I would like to do is build into our software system a way to differentiate those licenses from regular rental dwelling licenses. And it's just a simple nomenclature fixed within our system. It's just something that's been on the back burner for me that I haven't been able to do at this point. That's really
Also related to that, like in the middle option there about licensing, if we said, for example, that every residential area could have a certain percentage or a certain number of licenses, and that we would require the listing sites to verify that an RDL is there. How difficult would something like that be for your current staff levels?
just kind of thinking through how often things change with regular rental dwelling licenses, how often people are buying and selling and getting new licenses or adding properties to licenses. I have one staff member who handles that full time, adding in, okay, now we have a certain percentage of short-term rentals. I have a feeling those will probably roll over a fair amount as well as people decide, okay, I'm gonna start investing in it. You know, is this one legal, is it not? Oh, we have one license, go, now you can add a new one. I think the logistics of managing that would be difficult, with the staffing that I have now. It just depends on what kind of percentage numbers you're looking at doing. If you were to go with something like that.
The current staff level, if we, seems like we need to look at increasing the staff or something like that to, if we were gonna be at all generous in terms of making it more available in residential areas, it could potentially. I mean, I guess the question is, do you see, if we do nothing, this goes back to my earlier comment, if we did nothing, are you concerned that that it's spreading enough that just even enforcing on illegal SDRs throughout the city is going to be an increasing burden on your staff? And if so, would this be a better way to switch it over and make it a regulated thing rather than chasing after the bad actors?
Right. If you do nothing right now, I think staffing level right now we're able to continue, just chipping away at the illegal ones. I don't think.
So it doesn't feel like it's a rising tide.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's being an ever increasing burden on my staff. I think, until a couple of years ago, we were strictly on just a pay basis with any short-term rentals. And now with using Granicus, we've been able to take some time and look at it a little more proactive approach and take a little bit bigger bite into things. And I think my staff will be able to continue to do that.
And I think you're talking about two things, George, because like if you're going to add a certain percentage in neighborhoods, that's going to add another more licenses and then having to watch the percentage with applications and all that. But just the idea of the policy where the websites are required to have a valid short-term rental license to process, that's just going to help enforcement of the fact that you won't have as many legals because they're not going to get paid. And many of the illegal do use these websites because it's these way to, move things functionally and easily. So that piece of it.
That's easy.
Yeah, that's an easy one that would make their job easier because they don't have to babysit something that they were babysitting before as much. It just babysitting's being done in directly by Airbnb and those other websites. Councilor Whipple.
I'm wondering if it would make sense to have like a business license for Airbnb instead of just a rental dwelling license, treat them more like regular B&Bs or hotels or something like that. What's your thought on that kind of proposal? They're a business.
Right, so I don't think Brian wants to jump in on this conversation.
That interests me.
Because I made that argument to Marcus Draper, that was overseeing our department in the past, and it was made clear that while people may run it as a business for them, the use of the property itself is still a residential property, just as a short term rather than a long term. So I'm not sure if we can regulate it as a commercial business.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't see any reason why we couldn't. In fact, I think it makes a lot of sense if there are different requirements for having a license. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense to me to require them to have a different license just for the sake of calling it a different license.
Well, one thing is the tax, if you're to add a tax.
But if you're actually going,
Insurance, there's several different things. I remember we stayed at an Airbnb in Paris, and with that, it was just like going to a hotel where we had to send them copies of our passports ahead of time because Paris required that of everybody who's visiting their city. And so it seems that if we treated these as businesses, then we could probably also have more robust tools if they violate that.
Well, one thing I noticed in when we worked too was that other cities have way higher charges for these licenses or their short-term license permit or whatever it is. Then, I mean, ours is what, $30, $60, like it was theirs were $250-ish, all of them. So there's a big price difference too from other cities with their short-term rental license, whatever it's called, versus the RDL.
I guess the one thing that, and maybe this is what Mark is referring to, is I could see somebody making an argument if they have one in an area where it's already permitted, that they're grandfathered against changes that we make. That's something we might have to look into separately. But as far as expanding, I think that's the requirements of that. And off the top of my head, I don't even think grandfathering argument is very good, but
Yeah,
it might be something somebody can raise and people look into.
seems like if we make a new policy, it's
Because we're not actually abridging the use. We're just saying there are regulations for this.
I'll just add a comment on that. I think it's Fort Collins that I included in there. They classify it as a business, just as a hotel or a bed and breakfast. So it's just it's just like under their motels part of their code. And then it's just allowed within homes. And then they have different zones, like in this zone, you can only rent out a room of the house. And then here's the requirements. Or this zone, you can rent out an entire house for this many total days a year. And anyway, so they have it, I don't know, it's very detailed and spread out, but yeah, they run it more as a business under like a bed and breakfast type situation rather than a rental dwelling. Like it's not even classified as that in their code.
So I think in the memo, it said that the average amount that they make off of it's over $2,000.
Yeah.
So that's the net that they get after they've paid for their mortgage and cleaning fees and everything else. So that's significantly more than our average rental is.
Yeah, and the net is also so high because over like 88% of all the rentals in Provo are entire homes. So if it's just a single room, that net decreases drastically, but the average is pulled up because people are renting out like 5-bedroom houses for a lot of money a night. And so if you just get like 8 nights out of a month, then you make like $2,500.
I like what Councillor Ellsworth said about this being a possible tool to allow people to renovate and rehabilitate old housing stock. We have seen that. I'd like to explore that, but I think we have to treat it as a business. And if we're doing it as a business that's allowed in certain areas instead of just a property right that you have where you are, then that is something that's owned by the person, the applicant for the business, not something that is vested with the property. So you're not necessarily consigning a property to always be divided up as it changes hands and things like that. Like if it's an ADU that's being rented out as a short-term rental or something. There are things to explore here. I'm not ready to make a motion on any of that yet. I'm just sharing thoughts.
I'm very concerned with, us increasing the price of our residential homes because if it gets opened up to short-term rentals, because that is a significant difference. We had one in our neighborhood that someone spent way more than above asking price, and they made it a short-term rental right away. I don't know if enforcement was working on it. I don't know if it still is, but they make so much money off of them that it completely dramatically changes the pricing. And we already have this, supposed housing shortage, such that I don't do anything to exacerbate that or pricing. And we already know from our inventory that we've done for our general plan that we have a very low stock of 4+ bedroom homes. And I don't think we can afford to give up any of those to short-term rentals for the sake of our families that want to live here and work in the community and become part of the community and neighborhoods.
It seems like, if I just piggybacking on that, it seems like most of the uses are like the whole house, right? That's what you said, the vast majority. So, I mean, I was thinking, well, it wouldn't be unreasonable to say we would allow one-room rentals in all residential areas. It wouldn't impact our neighborhood. Maybe it would help a family, but that doesn't seem to be the demand. The demand seems to be for a whole house, and I'm not super inclined to suddenly make that available all over the place, because I don't see how that serves our community a whole lot.
So,
Anyway,
Elsewhere?
yeah. I think it's hard to know, Malia, tell us if you have this data. Is it the whole house or a whole like unit part of the house? Because it sounds like some people are renting out a whole house and some people are renting out what we might consider an ADU, right? So a couple years ago, I got a phone call from a Provo City police officer who never gave their name, so I don't know who it is. And they had an Airbnb in their basement, and the city enforced on them. And I thought, well, shoot, wouldn't it be nice if we had owner-occupied Airbnbs and every owner-occupied Airbnb had a police officer living upstairs, because then no one would ever smoke pot in the basement, you know, no one would ever be doing like illicit activity. And so I'm thinking of a handful of instances where it's not the whole house necessarily, but it's a unit within the house.
So Santa Monica did that, right? To combat the amount they had, they could only be a room in the house when it's owner occupied.
Because I think like ADUs, owner occupiedness, the owner occupancy alleviates and manages many of the concerns that we have,
Right.
would have.
Right. Now, I think adding an ADU is different in the sense that you are still taking an ADU away from a family,
But it's
especially
not-
a young student family that could be part of the community, staying here full time, renting it for years. But I think a room of the house is different and I don't think a room in the house hurts the people that want to live here and our community in general.
I think you're right. I think we also need to be careful. I mean, if we do want to protect ADUs, then we need to make it easier to get an ADU than it is to create an Airbnb. And right now, it's in many cases, it's difficult to get an ADU. So what are we incenting?
So it sounds like there's a group of us who would be in favor of short-term rentals for owner-occupied properties. For a room.
Well, what about a duplex?
No, the other side of the duplex, we can still take away from family that lives here and
Well,
students.
Yeah,
I think that undermines
It undermines our,
even the argument for ADUs, because then it's just short-term economic gain.
But
It's not helping people stay. Well, arguably, I guess it could help the person who rents it out short-term to make even more money, but an ADU already allows presumably an opportunity for somebody to own a home. So that they can rent out the property. But I don't see the incentive. Why do we want that property to be rented out every month? We don't want that. We want it to be a longer term rental. So I don't see the motivation either. It's
And
like, well,
it increases the price of duplexes for sure too, just they're gonna sell more.
I think duplexes already at a premium because they have to.
They're gonna be more of a premium though. You make so much money on short-term rentals.
I do think we should be supporting private property rights, facilitating private property rights. And I do think that we should find a way to incentivize quality housing stock, specifically in units that are aging, that are deteriorating, that have some aesthetic historic value.
Well, why can't a homeowner come in? I mean, you're negating the fact that a homeowner can come in and buy something and make it beautiful and improve it for themselves.
that's what I have, that I have a 100-year-old home, I can't afford to make it beautiful right now, right? But I know of an instance where someone bought a beautiful historic home that was run down. They fixed it up and they made it into an Airbnb, multiple instances actually. And
Did they live in the home?
they don't live in the home.
See, that's.
They get a better return on the
Yeah, but the only-
Airbnb, therefore they
Yeah.
can afford to
But
invest.
your example makes it sound, your example implies that the only way that it happened was allow, I mean,
And that's not true.
I just don't understand it. We suddenly allow it, but then we want to curtail it so that it becomes a or owner occupied unit.
No, I'm not saying that
I mean,
necessarily.
I think ADU is the argument for what you're saying. And that's what you're doing in your own home. That's what my daughter's doing in Pleasant Grove. She bought a house, she's renting out the basement.
Well, mine-
And she's making gradual improvements on the house, but she was able to get into the house because of the ADU. But if it was a quicker return because it's a short-term rental, and there's no owner occupancy, that's exactly what we don't want, it seems to me.
And I don't wanna be made the example, because I don't have an ADU, just like, I'm just trying to find a way to improve the pioneer neighborhoods. Is there some way to return value to deteriorating housing stock? And I've seen that
Yeah,
through,
I just don't think short-term home is the best way to do
I mean, that is one avenue, but I think you're wrong saying that a homeowner could do that. I've known homeowners that did that.
if you have a lot of money, you can do it, but I'm just saying it's a faster return. It facilitates that, and that's what the examples is. Cost.
Scott.
If I may real quick,
Yes.
just jumping into the owner occupied, allowing one room to be rented out, one thing I want to caution the council against is with allowing to do that, we're gonna potentially run into occupancy issues. Where you've got a single family home, now you've got a family living in there, and now you're renting out to. You know, we can say you're limited to only two, which is what code allows, but are we sure that that's gonna be the case every time? I just caution the council to think about that in this discussion, that occupancy regulations will come into play.
Can you speak to how that would overlap with our current law about boarding houses?
Oh, yeah, what is the current law with boarding rooms?
We don't have anything in our code currently.
Well, like, so if a single mom lives in a home with a family, can't she rent one room for?
So generally the occupancy is one family or
Or
three
three
singles.
singles.
So if a single mom lives in a home, she can have two other adults living in the home with her.
Okay,
Whether she rents the rooms
Right.
out or not, that's fine,
Right,
that's,
okay.
that would constitute three adults.
because we've had that happen before, so then
Right.
he could rent, okay, so that's already somewhat in our code,
Right.
okay.
But if it's a married couple,
Married couple living in the home.
They could
and
rent
they wanna
one room.
rent out to. You know,
They could rent out one room to an adult.
Yeah.
one room to an adult or,
you're just saying that's hard to enforce.
yeah, making sure that it doesn't.
Because it
exceed
sure
that.
helps a family, right? If a family's shrinking in terms of the kids growing up and leaving.
Yeah, and then they realize, oh, one bedroom, oh, I can do two bedrooms, that's fine, no one's gonna know the difference. And then they start expanding throughout the house as their household decreases. I could foresee that happening.
But if we allowed it and we required the RDL, doesn't that make it easy to say, okay, you've got the parking, you've got.
We already
We
do
don't, we
that,
don't,
that's
yeah,
already our code.
but he's saying it's not in our code. I'm talking about if it's like a married couple, so it's not three unrelated adults. If a married couple owns a house with 5 bedrooms.
Right.
And they've got kids, but maybe their occupancy level is decreased and they want to rent out a room to a total stranger.
And that's fine,
They could do that.
they would still meet, as long as they still meet the definition of family in the code. That would be fine, but what I was cautioning against is potentially bringing more than just the one or two people into the home where it would exceed the occupancy limit.
Right.
But it seems like the home, yeah, I agree, I see.
Then we undermine our whole enforcement.
But it does seem like there's an incentive. If you're owner occupied, you yourself don't want your house over occupied. I mean, you want money, but you don't want to not be able to park in front of your own house, or you don't want noise past 10 PM or whatever.
Right, and we have examples where we have complaints that we are currently investigating that are just that. It's a owner occupied home and they're renting out spaces to college students as well as potentially renting out spaces in short-term rental.
Okay.
And our efforts to enforce on that have been very difficult because it's owner occupied and we haven't been able to verify any of the complaints. And so we're still working through various ways of investigating the concerns of this property so that we can verify whether or not the complaints are accurate.
That's the one I know about, right? Like
Yeah.
it is taking forever, like years.
It's
Is it
an
the same one I
interesting
know about?
question though, because it seems like if the structure has the capacity for this many people to be in it, it's wasteful to not allow somebody to use that if they want to, right? If they have the rooms and the parking, it's better that we have these people in it instead of just, one couple who is aging but doesn't want to leave their neighborhood.
Well, they're also taking all the parking in the cul-de-sac and they're downing trees to make more parking on their property and just decimating the whole landscape.
Yeah, that specific one, but it's an interesting thing, not allowing people to use their property in a way that is productive and efficient.
It's hard to manage what's productive and efficient with abuse, it's hard.
I just wanted to weigh in and say, and Scott and I may need to confer. Scott maybe needs to help me remember back, because I remember we had this conversation before. In fact, we had the conversation specifically about the single mom wanting to share space thing. And my recollection is that there was initially a position taken that was okay because of the definition of family as far as the unrelated adults.
Right.
But my recollection is that we ultimately, when we looked at it closer, came down against it because definition of family is not just the number of individuals, it includes this phrase. Occupying a unit as one nonprofit housekeeping unit who share common living, sleeping, cooking, and eating facilities. So my recollection of the conversation we had is even if there are only three unrelated adults, if they're paying rent, they're not a family.
So I remember that being the decision. I think it was more so that they were living separately and they weren't actually cohabiting, is that the right term?
No.
They're actually living as one household, sorry. But they weren't actually living as one household. They were living as two separate household units, and so
that may merit some further conversation. I'm actually convinced the code does currently allow that. So I think that nonprofit phrase means if you are renting, if you are renting, then you don't meet the definition of a family, even if it's just your own. Now, I'm not saying we can't change that, but that's my reading of what the definition currently is.
nonprofit part, I do remember that.
Okay, I think there's 3 points I would like to try and make a motion about. I'd like to make a motion.
Do we want
That
to
we-
make bullet points first and then do the motion?
Yeah, okay, bullet points, we're looking into a short-term rental license.
Business license,
Or permit, I don't know how the formal.
but something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the policy that for a company to process a credit card payment, they would need that license. And then the feasibility, I'm very concerned, like Scott mentioned, of hurting our current enforcement. And it was a very much needed thing, and it's been very helpful to enforcement, and helpful to our housing stock, I believe, in Provo, that we got the definition of family that we have, right? And then 3 single adults, that occupancy thing is a big deal. And I think we create a lot of problems losing the ability to enforce on that. So we need the legal look into something about renting a room and if it's doable. I don't know, we need to look, I'd like to look into that space and see if not an ADU, but a room.
For a short term
Yeah.
rental, so less than 30 days.
Yes. With owner occupancy, right?
Okay, sounds good.
Those are the 3 bullet points.
Thanks.
So is your motion to have us explore those further?
So my motion would be for us to explore those 3 bullet points.
I'll second that.
All right, any questions or discussion about that? All
Who's
right,
going to do it?
staff. All right, so let's take a vote. Counselor Hanley,
Yes.
Counselor Shipley,
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple,
Yes.
Counselor Ellsworth.
Yes.
And we have
Do you have
Travis,
a date? Can you just give us a date that you want that to come back?
2 months.
And we already have it all set up, so it'll be fairly quickly. We're gonna move it to the chambers because this is not working. So we're gonna end the Zoom really quick. Sorry everyone on Zoom, and then we'll restart it in like a couple minutes in the next Zoom over.
Great.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, are we ready to go?
Don't you worry.
Oh, wow.
Or is it my glasses?
No, it's bright. Like, I can see it all right here.
Thank you.
I don't see anything on my screen, Malia. Do I need to do something?
That's funny they use the Monopoly name. Send a message.
Shouldn't I, or? It went black now. Yes. Yes, thank you. I like your haircut, Michael. It's black now. Now it's okay. All right, we're going to go to item number 2, a discussion regarding tenant landlord governance and rental dwelling policies and regulations. And this will be presented by Michael Sanders.
Okay. Let's see. Malia, could you click on the thing? Sorry. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, I think the battery's there. Could you go back to the first slide? There we go. Okay. I'll just indicate to you when to return. Okay. Good afternoon, Council. So this item came to us through the issue tracker early in the year and consisted of several different items that were kind of related. So we combined them together into what we're just calling as a blanket tenant landlord governance. And there's a lot to go over. And I think we're behind now because of our switch. So just please try to keep your questions until the end because we might answer them by the time we get to the end here. So if you, next slide, please. Okay, so the original request was how can the city enforce on landlords for health and safety violations, inform renters of their rights, and provide a landlord reporting option for tenants. So this presentation aims to, one, outline the state and county preemptions as well as the limitations, and also describe what city code enforcement is currently doing. Next slide, please. So the city is heavily preempted on the types of laws that we can pass regarding tenant-landlord relations. Oftentimes, whenever the council receives emails regarding landlord behavior, this type of behavior would be preempted via the Utah Fit Premises Act. And just, it's a really big piece of legislation. It was included in your packet, but just in short, the act outlines the responsibilities of landlords and the rights of tenants. Next slide, please. So the last section of the Fit Premises Act is titled Limitation on Counties and Municipalities. And this section prohibits us from doing 3 main things. The first thing, it prohibits us from modifying the time requirements of what's called the corrective period. In other words, we cannot require a landlord to begin fixing a standard of habitability, a requirement imposed by the rental agreement, such as fixing an appliance or a quote dangerous condition any faster or slower than is stipulated in the state code. Another thing we are unable to modify is we are unable to limit or affect the tenant remedies. So whenever the tenant believes that there is a violation of the standard of habitability, a requirement imposed by the rental agreement, or a dangerous condition, they are required to inform the landlord in writing, and they have 2 options. They can either pursue rent abatement or a repair and deduct method. And the final thing that we are unable to modify is the owner's obligation in relation to amenities as listed on the screen. There's a lot of them, and they're more fleshed out in the Utah Fit Premises Act. And if there's any questions about them, we can go over them after the presentation. And just as a FYI, that list of amenities are closely related to building code requirements. Next slide, please. So just as a way of a summary, if a tenant believes that there's an issue or violation, it's largely up to them to initiate legal action via civil redress against their landlords. And tenants do, of course, always have the option to report anything to code enforcement if they perceive that a violation is occurring. Next slide, please. Okay, Utah County. So generally larger counties like ours enforce health and safety violations. However, in order to do this, a housing code needs to be included in the county code of ordinances and is normally enforced via a county housing department. Utah County currently does not have a housing code or a housing department. For this reason, along with a shortage of staff, county health is unable to even enforce on things such as residential mold violations. Most of their focus is on commercial businesses. And according to county staff, funding a housing department would take approximately $2 million a year included into their annual budget. And currently, the county receives 2 to 3 calls a week from Provo residents regarding potential housing violations. And as they cannot enforce, they normally refer these callers to contact the city. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're just going to go over some of the Provo efforts in the realm of landlord-tenant relations. So in terms of enforcement, the city is not completely unable to enforce. So the Fit Premises Act states that the limitation on municipalities is not intended, quote, to limit the ability of a county or municipality to enforce an applicable administrative remedy with respect to a residential rental unit for violation of a county or municipal ordinance. And currently, according to Provo City Code, as listed on the screen, if violations to building code standards are found, it can lead to the revocation of the rental dwelling license.
Michael, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
When I was going through this, my question was, it said you couldn't look at it more than once every 3 years. If you get a complaint, does that negate that rule?
Yeah,
You
so
can go sooner?
it's once every 3 years as if it was like a preemptive impromptu.
Okay.
But if there was a violation complaint, then they can go in there.
Then you can go for every complaint.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where was it here? Okay, so as far as other cities go, it's really varied in their code, what they have in their code. What I found is that what is in the code largely hangs on the level of code enforcement that the city performs as to how robust their code is. Salt Lake City, for example, has a really large code section that specifically outlines what their housing standards are, as well as the penalties for violation. And in addition to this, their website hosts a resident complaint form with specific code references to their building standards. So, like, for example, if your residential unit doesn't have hot or cold water, then there's like a link, there's like a bubble where you can hit my residence does not have hot or cold water. That's why I'm complaining to the city about this. The Salt Lake City Code is similar to ours in that violation of the standards can result in revocation of an RDL, but it also goes a bit further and includes civil fines for noncompliance. And this is kind of partial answer to Councilor McKay. And Provo, properties are inspected first when the rental dwelling license is applied for. They inspect them for these standards. And generally, the property is not inspected again unless there is a complaint filed. The code allows for impromptu or preventative inspection once every 3 years. However, these preventative inspections rarely occur due to staffing. All right. So this video just outlines a ordinance that the council enacted in 2017, presented by our former staff member, Cliff Jacken.
Passed an ordinance that affects all residential landlords and tenants. This ordinance requires landlords to provide and tenants to sign a rental disclosure about the legal use of the property. In most cases, city code states that no more than 3 unrelated people may occupy the same residence. Many tenants are unaware of this law or are confused by the limited exceptions. This new ordinance is designed to educate both landlords and tenants, ensuring that both know what the legal uses of the property are. Starting August 1st, landlords will be required to have on file rental disclosures that have been signed by their tenants. Tenants who sublease to another are also required to provide this disclosure to their sublessees. The city's Community Development Department is in charge of enforcing the new ordinance against landlords that do not provide the disclosure and tenants that do not sign. If landlords and tenants do not cooperate with other enforcement efforts, this could ultimately result in a misdemeanor charge. What does this mean for landlords? Landlords must ensure that all tenants have signed a rental disclosure and that the disclosures are held on file. This will require landlords to be transparent and lawful in their actions. If you don't have a rental dwelling license, be sure to contact Provo City. What does this mean for renters? Regardless of signing a contract, renters should demand to sign a rental disclosure. This will protect renters against predatory housing practices and eviction. For any questions, contact Provo City.
All right. Thank you, Cliff, for explaining that so well for us. So this ordinance, oh, there we go. Okay, all good. Okay, so this ordinance is used for occupancy enforcement, not for health or safety violations. And since the enaction of this ordinance, code enforcement estimates that there has been 3 notices of violation and 50 verbal warnings for violating this ordinance. Next slide, please. Okay, a quick note on good landlord programs. So a good landlord program is basically a set of policies, initiatives, and practices aimed at promoting responsible and ethical behavior among landlords while also ensuring the well-being of tenants. In essence, in exchange for participating in a training program of some sort, landlords are given a discount on the disproportionate fees of their rental dwelling licenses. And about 10 years ago, the council administration explored the creation of a good landlord program. However, following a disproportionate fee analysis, it was found that the public safety costs for servicing multifamily units were not significantly larger than for servicing single family units. So the biggest discount that could be offered was a $10 to $15 discount. And as an RDL only cost $60 in Provo, it was determined that that was not a sufficient incentive, and the program was ultimately abandoned. So Salt Lake City and Ogden both have good landlord programs. However, they structure their RDL fees differently than we do. So on the screen, we can see there in Salt Lake City, they charge $342 per unit, and Ogden charges $83 per building. And if the landlords participate in their program, it will bring the prices down to $35 per unit, and in Ogden, $8 per building, respectively. Provo charges a flat $60 regardless of the number of units. So that is kind of one of the main reasons why it's like the financial incentive for someone to participate in a good landlord program in Provo, as the RDL fees are right now, are not very incentivizing. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so now we'll just kind of go back to the beginning. What was the request? How can the city enforce on landlords for health and safety violations? How can we inform renters of their rights? And how can we provide a landlord reporting option for tenants? So now this next series of slides, we're just going to kind of go over what is currently going on in Provo right now. Next slide, please. Okay, so for health and safety violations, currently all buildings are inspected for compliance when an RDL is applied for, and all future inspections are complaint-based. Next slide, please. Inform renters of their rights. So on the rental disclosure document that we learned about in the video, on that document, there's actually, it outlines 5 major rights that informing renters of 5 major rights that they do have. Right there, they can read it. And in addition to this, there's a variety of resources on the internet as to what types of rights renters have here in Utah. Next slide, please. Provide a landlord reporting option for tenants. Code enforcement receives complaints both by phone and online. Just the bottom line is that if they do not receive the complaint, they cannot do any enforcement about the issue. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are a number of things that the council can do in this area, such as lobbying the state legislature to change the Fit Premises Act, lobby the county to create a housing department, We could allocate more funds to code enforcement so they could do more preventative inspection. We could create more fleshed out language in our code, such as they have in Salt Lake City. We can update our rental dwelling license fees and enact a good landlord program. The list goes on and on. Just each of these ideas have various pros and cons, but none of them will fix the main problems that one, all of the main quote bad landlords that are negatively impacting the renters in the community are the ones that don't even have rental dwelling licenses and thus will never have an incentive to participate in a good landlord program. And two, there's nothing to protect tenants from being evicted if they're ultimately displaced. So as we're exploring the policy options, as the council is thinking about this issue at large, it's just really important to keep these three questions that are on the screen in mind. Are there documented and specific instances of wrongdoing? Is the alleged wrongdoing widespread? And is the council willing to commit ongoing resources to combat the alleged issue? So
Thanks, Michael.
Yeah.
Councilor Handley has a question.
I just want to go back to something you just said. You're saying that a good landlord program only reinforces the already good landlords. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, because like when it comes to like the good landlord program, like it's not, we're not worried about places like that have 500 units that are renting to all these a lot of student renters and things like that, these giant apartment buildings. These are generally professionally managed. Yeah, like they would have a high incentive to participate in a good landlord program because they could get a huge discount on their rental dwelling license. Whereas the quote bad landlords that are renting a room in a basement with no windows without a rental dwelling license, they're not really incentivized to participate in a program like that unless because they don't have a rental dwelling license in the first place.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out though why that wouldn't be a good program to put in place, especially if we change the fee structure so that it incentivizes participation. And then it presumably could also be useful to potential renters to know who are participants and who's off the radar.
Right. Well, that would be that would be a benefit to the renter. I was just speaking in the context of the landlord.
I see. Okay.
Chair McKay, can I make a comment about the good landlord program? And Michael alluded to this and explained it, but just to go over it one more time. I'm not saying that you can't or even that you shouldn't, but I want to just make clear the two steps that would be necessary in order to do it, because this is where it got derailed last time. We can change our fee structure in order to, well, okay, let me go back. First of all, just as a general rule about fees can only reflect the costs that the city actually incurs. So step number one would be to go back and do a study internally about how much it costs the city to administer the licensing program. Once we've done that study, that caps how much we can charge for the licenses.
Can I ask one quick question about that though?
Yeah.
But if we have a program, that then becomes part of the cost, right?
No. Well,
partly because of the disproportionate study. That's another study.
I was going to say potentially. So first of all, we do the study to say how much it costs us to administer the program, a licensing program to begin with. The next step is, in order to have a good landlord program, what you have to do under state law is you have to go back and you have to do a second study that looks at how much rental dwellings are impacting city services. And specifically with regard to things like police calls, fire calls, but you do that study comparing it to how much non-rentals are impacting city services, right? And then what the state code allows you to do is it says, okay, if we're spending $1,000 per home a year on calls for service to single family homes, and $500 and $2,000 a year for calls to service to apartments, to rentals on, then you can take that $1,000 gap and you can figure out how to make a good landlord program where you charge the people who don't participate the full maximum amount that you're allowed to charge. And the people who do participate, you give them some cut, and you can figure out how much of that you don't charge them. The problem that we had last time around when this came to the council is that when we did the study, our renter, I mean, one way of looking at it is the renters in Provo are so well behaved that the difference in cost is very small. The difference in cost between how much service we provide to rentals and how much we provide to non-rentals was negligible. And so because of that, the maximum amount that we could charge for rentals under the disproportionate fee program was very small. And so no matter, even if you, so the potential problem is that even if you build in the fact that we want this program and use that to figure out your maximum fee, you can still only discount the maximum fee. You can still only increase your maximum fee by however much that disproportionate service cost is. So unless the disproportionate service costs have changed dramatically since the last time we did the study, meaning that we're spending a lot more city services at rentals than non-rentals, the difference between the two prices would be capped at a negligible amount.
Now, one thing I was thinking, Brian, is that right now we do $60 for multiple units. There's places that own like 50 places. Like,
right.
We are really subsidizing that. And I think they should each pay for each unit. And then that's something that we could significantly discount, George, saying, you know, for multiple units, we do only do 60 if you do the good neighborhood program versus 50 times 20. So there are ways to do it there, I think, because I don't know why we're subsidizing multiple units so heavily. Other cities don't do that.
Right.
So I had another question too about those services. If we were to change the frequency of inspection or something like that, that would be additional cost. Would that not count as additional cost that would justify a higher fee?
Well, assuming, I don't know what our current inspection schedule is, but remember that it's capped by the Fit Premises Act at every 3 years, so we can't increase it more than that.
Unless we get a complaint. Unless we get a complaint.
Right.
Right. So, for example, in Provo here, that is a preventative inspection. In Salt Lake City, to participate in the program, you are required to be inspected once every 3 years to stay compliant with to participate in their program to get that giant discount.
But to follow up on Councilor McKay's point about the complaints, the disproportionate fee study that you can do for the Good Landlord program only allows you to consider certain city services. You can't just, there's a list of defined city services that you can study in order to come up with the fee. So police and fire would work. I don't think code enforcement is on the list.
So because our parking is under code enforcement, all the complaints that we get about parking south of campus wouldn't count for additional costs that we pay for all those rentals?
Probably not. And I guess, I mean, parking enforcement. Yeah, I mean, we're not using police officers. Well, that's something we could potentially look at, is whether we can recategorize parking enforcement as a police activity. Now, the question is, can we prove that they're tied to the rentals and not the homes?
Well, we've got pretty good data on how many of those properties are owner occupied.
Right.
So if you just even did a percentage for that area, I think we'd
right.
win on that.
Right.
All right. Any other questions for Michael? Councilor Hanley.
Well, it's not a question for Michael, but it's a statement for the council. I think when we meet with our state legislatures, I'd like to encourage them to help us. I mean, it seems like they've done an extraordinary job of taking care of landlords. I'll just leave it at that.
anyone like to make a motion? The only thing I could think to look at is how we're subsidizing when people have multiple units. I don't know why it's just not, why people aren't paying for their units.
Yeah, I'm still very interested in figuring out a way to make a good landlord program work for us. I was not aware of all these obstacles, but if that's part of what's going on, is that we're not adequately accounting for or we're being overly generous to large landlords, then maybe we could figure out a way through that would work better for us.
And I will throw out one other factor related to that I don't know if staff is even aware of. Last time this came around, we actually got the study for free because the group that wanted to that did the study wanted to be the administrator of the program. So one potential option would be to do a request for proposals to do the study. And I don't know if that group is even still around, but we might get somebody who their proposal is to do the study for free, in hopes that we would select them to actually administer the program if we implemented it. It may not change the outcome of the study, but if you're interested in it enough to have it done again, that may be one way to approach getting it done.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I think if we were going to do the study, I think that's a good idea, but I don't want to put out an RFQ or an RFP just to get some incidental free services.
Councillor Whipple.
So my question is about why the price is so little for the multiple units within a building. Are we not inspecting each of those individually, or are we just saying, oh, you've got all of those so we can sign off? It's unclear to me how we're getting such a cost savings that we can pass on with that.
So, Scott Johnson again, zoning administrator. As to why it's only at 60, I believe that's just how it was set up many years ago, and it was never been changed. And that was set up at a time when we were not proactively inspecting rental dwellings. Currently, when we have large apartment complexes that we need to inspect, depending upon the time availability of the staff at that time, we may do spot inspections where we check, 2 in this building, 2 in that building, 2 in that building. And then when we come back and re-inspect, we say, okay, we're going to now check 2 others to make sure that all, any issues that we find in any unit, we say you need to make sure all of your units meet these criteria, that you're fixing these things in all of your units, because we're going to come back and inspect 2 other random units in those buildings. We're not going to inspect the same ones. And so that's kind of gives us a chance to, put the pressure on the landlord to make sure that they're making those fixes, and not just on the ones that we inspect, but also being sensitive to the time constraints of staff.
I see. So it was an efficiency decision to not inspect all of the units that are owned or managed by one thing, just to do kind of random inspections of a few units that they have. So if we were actually inspecting each of the units, then the cost would probably be about the same as it is if you're doing a single unit.
I'm not sure I followed the question.
Well, if it's $20 for a single unit and we only charge 60 for multiple units.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, it may be, $20 per unit may be a fair assessment, but I haven't done that study to know for sure if that would be the cost.
But in order for us to actually do that kind of inspection, it would cost more. We would need more personnel in order to do that.
Yes.
Would actually inspecting each of those units at this price point be enough to pay for the person who would be needed to do that additional work?
I can't answer that at this point. I'm not sure if that would cover the cost of an additional staff member or not, but we can certainly look into that and report back.
I think that's a good thing to look at. That's one thing I guess I'd make a motion for, is that we relook at our pricing and make sure we're not subsidizing multiple units. And we've had a lot of pay increases this is a very old number, even the 20 per single unit.
Yeah.
That I would assume that we need to up that price based on our employee salaries. So I would make a motion that we look at the pricing for our single RDL permits for both single unit and multiple units and make sure that it is a true cost of business.
That was a motion. I'll second that.
All right, any questions or discussion? Councillor Ellsworth.
I think there is some interest in supporting tenants when there is, you know, some significant issue or some kind of health issue. Or does staff feel like we're keeping enough data to track that over time and then at some point present that to legislators if that's the conversation we want to have?
I think that'd be a question for zoning.
We do keep records of all of our inspections, any corrections that need to take place. We send out a corrections letter, and so we keep a record of that with each rental dwelling license. It would take quite a bit, but we could gather some details.
So I guess I'm not too worried about the inspections that you're doing. I'm worried about the complaints about mold being resolved or the complaints about some kind of plumbing issue being resolved, right? If people are perpetually living with mold and plumbing issues and tenants don't have a recourse to resolve that, are we tracking complaints? Like, I think we get 3 to 5 calls a week that are deflected from the county, and do we have that information to present to the county? So that's what I'm trying to say is, what data do we have? What data should we be collecting to facilitate those conversations with either the county or the state or whatever partners?
Yeah, so anytime we get a complaint about health and safety of a rental property, we open a case that's defined as a health and safety concern, like occupancy would be defined that way. And so we certainly do have generally, we could run a report on what properties and how many times they've had health and safety complaints against them.
Is it one bucket called health and safety, or would you know, like, oh, this is a mold issue?
We wouldn't know that this was a mold complaint without going in and looking at the actual complaint to see if they specifically said mold or something else. I would love to track more data where possible so that we do have a quantifiable case to present if and when we need to address this with a partner.
When are we meeting with the state legislature again? Isn't it like the next week, Monday or Tuesday? It'd be great to, if that can be pulled easily, it'd be nice to have that data for Tuesday. I don't know if that's possible, Scott.
I could get some basic information by Tuesday.
That'd be great. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Councillor Whipple had a question. We still have that motion on the table. So Councillor Whipple. It's gone. All right. Okay. We'll take a vote then. Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor Shipley.
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Myself, McKay, yes. Councillor Whipple. Yes. All right, so that passes unanimously, and we'll have the staff look into that, please. And thank you, Scott, for getting us a report for Tuesday. I really like what Ellsworth said as far as multiple issues with certain addresses, right? To say, hey, we have these consistent problems at certain residences that we can't do anything about. All right, thanks, Michael. You doing the next one for us too? All right. Well, we're supposed to have a break. We had a little break. Are you guys okay? Continuing? Okay. Number 3, a discussion on tiered water rates. And this will be presented again by Michael Sanders, our policy analyst.
Okay. So council, I don't really have much to present here. This is more of just a goal setting, facilitating discussion here. So this is just a follow-up from the August 1st work meeting that we recently had, where the council motioned to have Public Works return later with recommendations on potentially expanding the tiers for our water rates. So Public Works will be engaging their consultant, Bowen and Bowen Collins and Associates, the same people who did the last water study. They're going to be engaging them again to update the study with the most recent water data. That the last study was done in 2020, and there's been lots of changes in water use since then. So they want to get a clearer picture on what the water use is. So the last time that the group performed a tiered water rate study, they were giving the goals underneath the yellow column to guide them in their recommendations. So the purpose of this discussion is just to see if we want to update, delete, add, modify any of these goals to guide these consultants in the upcoming recommendations that they'll be bringing. Outlined in the blue column are some staff recommendations of what we could do to these goals, but it is wide open. It's stipulated that the council has control of controlling what the water rates are in the city. So this is entirely driven policy-wise by the council. So anything goes.
So we can override state law?
Well, obviously not. But the reason why there was the goal of meet the state law for tiered water rates, we kind of have the assumption that they will be meeting the state law for the water rates, and kind of the meet state law for tiered water rates in the last time kind of led the consultants to have the absolute minimum we are complying with the state law instead of something that may have been more proactive.
Okay, Counselor Ellsworth.
Thanks for working on this. I think this checks out. I agree with what's being described here.
Counselor Handley.
Yeah, I had some questions about commercial, industrial. I think I'm trying to remember the slide. I'm sorry, my iPad's battery died, so I can't pull it up. But it's the in your packet that had, I think, had been in the original packet that we had.
Yeah, I think it was
So
probably something from the previous study.
Something about 46% of water is consumed by residential, and then it's like 36% by industrial and commercial, or something like that, if I'm remembering.
Right. Abby, was that from something
Gary's,
you wrote? Yes.
I guess my
Does
question
Abby
is
wanna come
this.
up here
So
and
as I was looking through that, it seemed to me that, and there was like a sample of a church. I know that the LDS church is looking at, oh, look at this. No, that's the wrong kind, unfortunately. It's got to be I know. Oh, maybe that will work. Anyway, I'll worry about this second. I guess my question is, the water tiered rate discussion in the packet seemed to, the focus, and maybe in my mind, was initially on residential, but it seems like maybe it's the industrial / commercial / nonprofit sector. I have no idea, for example, what BYU is subject to. I couldn't get a clear sense of there's a sample of a church, but it's not clear if that's one building or is that
I think that was detailed as like the churches in like all of churches in Provo.
Okay.
Like just like Latter-day Saint church property in general.
I guess my question is this. I could imagine a scenario in which a tiered rate system impacts a large water user like a university or the LDS church in a pretty significant way. I don't want to do that unduly, but if knowing that the LDS church and BYU both have expressed pretty public interests in being better at water conservation, I'm wondering if we want to have that conversation with them to find out what would be the appropriate way to help bring the their water consumption down to the levels they would like without using, I mean, I see them as city partners, not as enemies. They're major contributors to our city, but they're also major users of our water. And so it's a matter of saying, well, if your goal is conservation, what can we do to help you get there? Rather than just us independently creating a law that says we want anyone over 100,000 or whatever the gallon consumption rate is that puts them into that category. We're going to start charging this much. That just seems like an unfair solution to a conversation that could probably solve the problem instead. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think I was able to follow that.
I'm just worried. I want to make sure that our city rates are helping to reduce waste. That's my goal. And I know that from past studies I've seen, and I've said this before in other meetings, some commercial properties and other non-governmental properties can be very excessive in their water use. And so I've been concerned all along, are we regulating that? Are we motivating the right kind of behavior that we want there? And if we have two major players who probably make up an enormous percentage of our water use, can we sit down with them and figure out something that helps them get to their goals and that is satisfying to us in terms of what we're after?
Okay, George, I think our water engineer wanted to say something about that.
Okay.
Please come up.
Please.
Excuse me, Gary Calder, Water Resource Director. Regarding BYU, BYU has a well on the property of BYU that the city maintains. We have an agreement with BYU to where they get X amount of water and then the city gets water after BYU's use. So it's really not part of this schedule that you're looking at as far as with BYU. But I will say this, BYU has taken great efforts to do pressurized irrigation. They're doing everything they can to decrease their culinary demand on the city system, as well as that well that is on city property, by utilizing canals that they get their water for a lot of their outdoor use. So it's kind of separate, the BYU agreement, not the churches. And this report I think you're talking about on this page right here, it's the institutions are 4% of the water use for the entire city. And that's churches and as well as other institutions as well.
Okay.
So does that help
and
answer your question?
Yeah, that number for church though looked awfully high to me. I think it was part of the issue that I was wondering about, and especially if there were facilities that are not used very heavily during the week. That jumped out at me.
And so it's, do you have that? Let's keep going. It's up a little farther. But anyhow, I do know that the LDS Church is making great efforts too, as far as conserving water for all their individual buildings as well. So, I mean, I think there's some things that are happening, basically in step with what Provo City is trying to do as far as conserving water. So is this what, can they?
No,
they can't see this. Okay. But yes, this report right here that Michael has, does show 4% and 35% as far as total consumption, and summer consumption of 36%.
Yeah, where's the graph that mentions a church?
I'm looking at the memo that Bo and Collins provided the city. I'm not sure exactly what Michael has. So, but for me, it's page 3 of the memo. It was the 2020 memo. It's up.
Yeah, I think it's the page
if you go 9. Up, you're going the wrong direction. It's right at the top of the.
Yeah, there it is. There
it
is.
That one. Okay, that breaks it down.
So yeah, I was just comparing a church to a school, and I was like, oh, there's usage amount is almost twice. That seems baffling to me.
There's a lot of churches.
And almost twice as a hotel, and half of what Bicentennial Park costs. So there's a lot of water being used there. And I just thought, whoa.
That's why there's a great push for them to try to conserve water.
But is this something that you or we are in, I mean, are you in conversation with them at all? Or is this just, you're just aware as I am that they're trying to make those efforts, but we're not?
I know we do have contact with BYU. Okay, as far as that Nathan Deal, who's a facilities engineer, I deal with him quite a bit. And so, but I do know through our discussions that they are doing the church, BYU is not necessarily with individual churches.
Okay.
Okay.
So maybe knowing that, I guess that's where one issue I'm concerned about is would a tiered system, could we have a tiered system that helps reduce some of that waste in this non-residential area? And that includes others on this list, but I just, 36% of our water use is coming from that. And if that's where a lot of studies have indicated pretty heavy waste happens, then it concerns me.
Malia, could you go back to the main slide? So maybe, George, what I'm kind of inferring, maybe you would like to potentially add a goal for the consultant that will help guide the consultant to engage with the business and religious community in some way in order to ensure that we can help them meet their conservation goals without unduly financially burdening them in some way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if it's assumed here that we're all these goals are only about residential, I think that's what I would like to correct. I'd like to say this is across the city.
Okay. And can you just kind of vaguely state, not vaguely, more specifically?
I would move that we
exactly
include a goal in examining tiered rates that would include commercial and industrial and nonprofit sectors of the city.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I mean, when I looked at this council recommendations, I assumed that would be part of their study.
Recommendations for commercial ventures as well as residential, but it was not specifically a guiding principle for them.
Okay, any discussion on that motion by George? Can you please restate, George?
Well, that's so unfair. I move that we include industrial, commercial, and non-residential and nonprofit areas of the city in our consideration of tiered rates.
To the list on the screen.
Just more explicitly than it is here.
Okay.
I mean, if it was already implied and it wasn't clearly stated, it probably needs to be stated, and I'd love to wrestle with that and figure out if we've got it right or not.
Okay, we'll take a vote on that. Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor Shipley.
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Councillor McKay, yes. Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
And Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
Okay, in looking at this, I see you have without placing overly punitive costs on any individual users, you cross that out. That does concern me. I put this out in my newsletter when we first talked about it, and I got multiple responses about, there's people with bigger lots. One woman talked about how things were made more strict in California in the house she grew up with her parents, and her parents didn't have money, but they had a large lot. And because of it, they had to just cut down all their trees on the back half of the lot and let everything die. Like, I don't want big lots to be punished unduly. I don't want gardening to be punished. I got multiple emails about gardening and how much water gardening takes. And I don't want that to become unfeasible and not worth it for people who want to, make their own food. So I am concerned about taking without placing overly punitive costs on any individual users out of our parameters.
Okay, yes. The reason why we did, why the council office moved to strike that was just the general direction that we were kind of going from the last discussion. So if we could certainly include it, exclude it. That would just be a discussion for the council, but we would like the council to sign off on this list in a finished fashion by the end of this discussion. So I think that would be now would be a great time to have that conversation with the council.
Yeah. The reality is most of our water is used by agricultural in the state of Utah, and residential is a small piece. But I don't want to lose our trees. I don't want people to lose our gardening ability to do I've had multiple emails that even now they're paying more to do gardening, but it's worth it. But if it went more than that, it'd become a point that was, not doable for them. Counselor Ellsworth.
Yeah. I'm sympathetic to people's pocketbooks. I think gardening is just more expensive than the grocery store, period. Right now, like wherever water rates go up or down, it's just more expensive than the grocery store, to be honest. I totally support the council office striking out without placing overly punitive costs on any individual users. Not because I think it's inferred in part above that we're not out to punish anyone. We're out to incentivize a better behavior. So the idea is not that we punish anyone, it's just that we're incentivizing additional conservation, not to punish anyone who's doing the baseline now.
Councilor Whipple.
Yeah, so I really like that we have the smart meter and you can go to myusage.provo.org or whatever it is so that you can see your use and everything. I do know that it took me a while to get that set up. Like I had to find a copy of my bill and put in the number and everything. I'm wondering if it might be useful as we're looking at these tiers to have some sort of a proactive warning that goes to people that says, hey, you're getting to the end of your tier. It looks like you're going to be going over your tier for this next month, so your bill might be higher. Maybe you want to check your usage or see if you have a leak. If we had something like that so that people get a heads up before they get a much higher bill, then I think we would be able to avoid those big surprises. But I don't know how expensive it would be to automate that kind of a little email heads up type of thing, if that's even a feasible option.
Yeah, I believe that would be an administrative request.
Yeah, but yes, Mayor.
Yeah, so we do currently do that.
I love this idea.
I've had a couple leaks, but I haven't gotten a letter.
Is it for a link?
Hi, Amanda Erkenbrat, customer service. So currently within the My Usage portal, there is an area, sorry, is that better? So in the My Usage portal, there is an area that allows you to subscribe to user reports where you actually set your thresholds and that will trigger an email. So customers can do this.
Okay, so you have to proactively trigger it though.
You do. We could try to work out something where it's just across the board at this number, everyone gets an alert. I think the problem that we might find with that is that water just varies so much from one home to the next. People have different watering habits. And a lot of people will say, I don't care what it costs. I want a green lawn. So I think allowing users to do it on their own might actually be better, but we could definitely do whatever we're told.
Whatever you're told, Amanda.
We'll do it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I was just going to say that I got a call once. It was an automated call from, I don't know if it was customer service or what, but they basically said, we're monitoring your water and it looks like you have a leak somewhere because it's running constantly. So I know we are trying to be proactive on certain things. And it was my toilet. So there you go.
Yeah, this just makes me so happy that we have things like that, because these are the ways that we can give people useful information that they need to take care of their property, but also avoid like really expensive bills or surprises that will make them unhappy with us and things like that.
One thing that is important to me is I think it matters that people that they're all like the amount of lot they have matters, and that they should be punished just for having a bigger lot. Having a bigger lot doesn't necessarily mean they get more money. There can be just there's a lot of older lots that are just bigger lots than what people are building on nowadays. And I'm worried about this punishing those with more lot when per square footage or whatever, they're using less or the same water as everyone else. Councillor Hoban.
Wouldn't we be able to structure the tiers in that, a home with just a larger lot or somebody who gardens would still be in kind of a normal tier. And then, people who are using water maybe excessively beyond that would be the ones who would kind of be punished, so to speak. So I would hope that we could look at the tiers and kind of, like, my house would probably be a good idea. Let's look at my house. We have a garden and a big lot, right? And so where do I fit in that? And should I be punished or not? Frankly, I guess I could let the grass die, but that would be a mess. So I don't know. It seems like the tiers would be a way to go.
Yeah, just in that vein, Councillor Hoban, I think that kind of one of the issues that they had with tiers in the last time was with the billing system and different people being on different tiers. And if I understand what you were saying correctly, I kind of feel like you want to kind of make the tiers dependent upon your lot size, or like a percentage of your lot size, your percentage of water allotted depending on how big your lot is. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, yeah, just basically something that doesn't punish someone for having a larger lot, but more so like the guy like me who's letting my toilet run or a spigot run, or drip all the time. Maybe there's some punitive charges there, right? Because I'm being wasteful and I'm not correcting that. But I guess what I was saying is, seems like you could make a cutoff. Like, here's a typical person, and here's this. You have a range, right?
So in the last study, so we ultimately went with 2 tiers instead of 3, but the consultants recommended 3 tiers. So their first tier was structured to capture all of the indoor water use for like the average user. Then the second tier was the biggest tier, and that was going to cover even like up to the 90th percentile. So like people who garden or use excessive amounts of water outdoors. And then the third tier was for the top 95th percentile, like the crazy, outrageous, like that chart, like we're like letting a fire hydrant out in our backyard all day long sorts of people. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I was saying. That makes sense.
Okay.
Well, that's what we currently do, Travis, and they're looking to change it.
Well, so to maybe partition those tiers a little more.
Yeah. So we currently have 2, and it goes from tier 1 is 0 to 100,000 gallons, and tier 2 is anything above 100,000. So currently, right now, 95% of people are within tier 1, according to the study.
Councillor Hanley.
Yeah, I was going to point this out. So, but this is also, this is all residential here.
Yeah, there's a chart very similar to this that is for commercial as well.
I don't know. I think it takes a pretty extraordinary resident to push it beyond. Obviously we could lower it if we want below, 100,000 or something. Especially if we want to sort of shave off that top cap. I do think there's a point at which a very large landowner who, builds a private golf course or whatever, needs to probably pay a little bit more. But I think I'm mostly interested in making sure our focus isn't only on residential, because again, I think one of the areas where we do find abuse or at least waste, right, is in some of these commercial and or nonprofit areas where there's not the same daily management. They put everything on a cycle, and then you see the sprinklers going in the middle of a rainstorm and so on and so forth. And if we've got the kind of numbers that we were looking at on that chart, we can solve a lot of problems without affecting residents whatsoever. We may want to look at tiers for residents. I don't know.
Right, so
I'm kind of agnostic on that at this point. Especially if we're sort of letting low hanging fruit continue to hang low. Right.
yeah. So previously the consultants came back with 4 different rate structures that all accomplished the goals in a variety of different ways with the variety of different pros and cons. And kind of what I'm hearing right now is we figuratively added George's motion to include the commercial and commercial industrial things onto this list that is on the screen here. What I'm just perceiving right now is where the hangup is whether or not to include the sentence in red at the last bullet point to help guide the consultants.
Counselor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I would move that we strike the last sentence in red, with the idea that we're going to have the opportunity to review this when it comes back. We'll see what kind of tiers are created. We'll have the ability to influence or update it as we see fit. So I hope no one feels like this is the last time we get to visit this. It's just the outset of this process. So that's my motion.
I'm interested in looking at the commercial side, especially.
I think we need to see if there's a second.
Okay, is there a second?
The motion is to strike the last part in red.
To keep it in red.
To remove it.
Well, it is like kind of my idea would be to be like,
I don't know what the sentence means, so I'd rather just get rid of it.
What we would like to see is basically just imagine that George's motion is figuratively added to that list. What I think you are trying to accomplish would be, I move to accept this list as is, including Counselor Handley's motion. Is that?
Yes, you're moving to accept their recommendation to strike that last sentence.
Okay, I will update my
that.
motion. Thank you, Michael. I will update my motion, and I'll just repeat it for clarity that we accept these recommendations as written by the council office with the addition of George's motion for specific uses.
Okay, any discussion? Counselor Whipple? No.
We still don't have a second though, right?
George seconded.
George seconded it. I'm still kind of standing by our public works advice that we don't need to change what we're doing in this. Arena. I'm interested in looking at the commercial side of it. I think there's some give there that, like George explained it, as low-hanging fruit, but I'm just not interested in spending staff time on the residential part of it. Any more discussion? All right, we'll do a vote then. Counselor Shipley.
Yes.
Counselor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Counselor McKay, no. Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
Counselor Hoban.
Yes.
Counselor Handley.
Yes.
Right, that passes 5-1. So staff will look into that.
Yeah, we will forward these recommendations. We will forward these goal directives to the Public Works Department to consult to the consultants.
Thank you, Michael. All right, next, presentation regarding the River District project and boundary line adjustments. And this will be presented by Gordon Haight.
This item has been brought to you as a result of the River District project and the request by the developer to annex about 3 acres into Provo. When we met with Orem City about this, they requested that we find some property to balance the annexation. So we'll talk about these. Even though they're kind of tied together, they all can be done independent. And I feel like they have their own merits to be considered. So this first one is about 3.1 acres, and this is tied to the River District project. It's all residential, and there's some benefit for having it all in one community because they're all in the same school district, they're all neighbors, they're all voting on the same things. So that would be the value of having that area brought into Provo. Let's go to the second slide. Or do I do that? I got it. Okay. The first property is one that had been, the city and Orem, Provo City and Orem have been working on this for probably over a decade to get this piece of property transferred over to Orem. There's been recorded of several annexation boundary adjustments. None of them stuck. So we've been working with the developer's engineer and our surveyor in the county, and we believe we have a boundary adjustment plat that will work. It's basically putting in this is a lift station that is in Orem that Orem uses. It's in Provo. We just want to get it into Orem so they can have it in their city. It would be good just as a note of cleaning up boundaries to make that happen. The second one has to do with the detention basin and 200 North in Orem. This road is only fronted by residents in Orem. I think they have a more vested interest to keep this upkeep of the street, snow plowing and so forth. This is a detention basin that they're going to maintain. So putting this in their city to take care of makes sense independent of everything else that's going on. So those are the three properties. We've developed the annexation plats. We want to bring it to the council for start the 60-day public hearing comment, and then the city council and the Orem City Council can vote. They don't have to do it simultaneously. They just have to vote within a reasonable amount of time, I think. And then we take the documents, get them signed, and take it to the county, and these boundaries are switched. Any questions?
Any questions for Gordon? Your personal opinion, Gordon, you think this makes sense?
This makes all the sense in the world, and
Okay.
it should be pretty straightforward. If I don't see issues with it, all the departments are pretty much unanimous. Nobody's come back with any reasons not to do it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Any discussion?
This item was meant so you'd be back on track time-wise.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
It was needed.
All right. Brian, is there anything else you wanted to add about the
Yeah, do we need any
process?
motions on this one or that?
This is going to come to the
Okay.
city council to
Can I
regulate.
comment?
I guess Counselor Ellsworth does have a question.
Yeah, this is not necessarily about the boundary adjustment. It's more about the development proposal on the,
1,500?
yeah. Maybe we have that conversation later or?
Yeah, because I was trying to get you back on a timeline
Yeah.
track. Things are working out well. Let me just say that, and I think we'll have some positive information for you.
Okay, we'll look for an update soon.
All right. Well, we're officially back on track. Nice, Gordon. Okay, an update from the mayor's office regarding the Big Six, and this will be presented by administrative staff. Ooh, could be any of you or the mayor herself. All right, Mayor Michelle Kafusi will be presenting this for us.
Well, I will at least get us started on this. First of all, thank you for allowing us to come in and give an update on our Big Six. I thought it might be kind of fun to give you a little bit of a background and a back history of why I do this and why I, in my first term, did the Big Five. As I've been meeting with directors right as I came in as mayor, I asked them, what are some things that I can do better on? How can I help you? And how can we work together better as a team? Without a doubt, the most common answer was, we just want to know what your goals are. If you'll just tell us what your goals are, it helps us align our budgets. It helps us align where we're going. And so I took that and I thought about it. And then I met the directors again. I said, all right, let's swing for the fences. If money weren't an issue, what would benefit the residents of Provo the most? And there are no bad ideas. And that's how we came up with the Big Five. And it's been, I mean, we'll talk about the Big Six because that's what we're here today, but it was so encouraging and exciting to see the different departments come out of their departments, cross over, work together, and be able to budget for the next 4 years. These aren't goals that I want done in a month. These are 4-year goals. And the bottom line is this, they're so huge that we're just going to try really hard. And if we get them, great. If we don't, at least we tried and fought for these. We were really lucky, and just all the credit goes to everybody but me, but we were able to accomplish the big five. And that just felt good, not only to myself, but to all the directors in their departments. And I've just, loved them up and down about how much I appreciate their hard work because they really pulled it off. It's amazing. I wrote down just a couple of reasons why we decided to go on with the big six. The energy was there. People love this idea of give us 4 years, Mayor. Let us give you our ideas. You pick a few and let's all get behind it. So the main things that I always think of when we go out for these is team alignment. I need all of the directors and departments on board with these. And so there is a little vetting that goes on. One thing is it stretches us for the good of the residents. I mean, it really stretches us. When I say that, I really mean it. We are really working as a government around the clock and trying to do what is best for the residents of Provo. And my favorite and most important one is outside funding. I fight really hard. I work really hard. A lot of other folks with grants. We have a grant writing meeting that we hold, a team. We are all about getting outside funds to fund these big projects because they are not cheap, but that's okay. We're okay. If there's going to be money out there that's free, I am going to go fight and I am going to go grab it because it doesn't need to go to Nebraska or Arkansas. It needs to come to Provo, Utah. And so that is one piece we've been fairly successful with is grabbing the outside funds. So with that little lead in, I think I'm turning the time over to, is it Isaac or are we just going to start the list? Scott, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity on the update on the regional sports park. We'll go a little bit into how we got here. The regional sports park in our Parks and Recreation Master Plan was listed as a visionary project. And as a lot of members of the council know, when we went through the sale of the park land next to Timpview High School, the Timp Kiwanis Benoos Park, that held the Land and Water Conservation Fund stamp. So therefore, that money from that sale could only be used on a piece of land or a development that was not part of any plan. Well, as Provo knows, we like to plan and we like to vision and we like to do those things. So finding that was difficult. So that's how it moved to a visionary project. So, and every single aspect of this, I call this project a project of opportunity because one of these elements comes with a deadline. The Land and Water Conservation Fund mitigation, when we use that money to purchase the regional sports park area, the 100 acres near the airport, that came with a deadline to have that done, and that's been extended into the next year. So we'll be able to show that process. The county has provided great support with this, with a total of $7.5 million, all of it with a deadline of 2026, fully operational. Everybody's really excited, and I think you'll see why when Lee Adamson, who is going to jump in on a presentation. There's 3 of us, 1 slide each, but he's going to jump in and talk about the impacts of the regional sports park. People want the benefits of this. I remember Bill Fillmore, and thanks for walking in, Bill, or I would have been speaking to an empty chair. Bill was on our Parks and Recreation Board at that time. And Bill pushed hard on this. He saw the benefit of this and said, don't let this visionary project be lost. And hopefully Bill feels like Parks and Recreation listens to him. So as we looked at designating impact fees and working with private fundraising elements, and then we will even finish this out with another Land and Water Conservation Fund grant so that we'll be able to do the final dollars as we work north to south out of the area and work in to where the private fundraising for their half of the pickleball facility and the Land and Water will finish out the project. So I'll be available for questions afterwards, but I'm going to turn it over to Lee Adamson, who is the Utah Valley Convention and Visitors Bureau, to discuss the economic impact coming from our way. And then Doug's going to jump in to follow up kind of on a story of staff leadership amongst our team and also the current status of the projects and be able to show you some cool pictures. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Lee if it's okay.
Good afternoon. I'm excited to be here today. As you mentioned, my name is Lee Adamson. I'm with Explore Utah Valley. We are the Convention and Visitors Bureau for Utah County. Also with me today is Erin Scott. She is our Director of Sales and currently handles the sports market sales for our group. So we are really excited about this coming online. It's fun to see something new come on. I mean, 10 years ago, the convention center came online and we've been able to sell that, and it's been really great for downtown Provo and for the county. But this is also a project that I estimate will have a very similar impact on Provo and our community as the convention center. If I'm being honest, I worry once it's open that we don't have enough hotel rooms during certain time periods to accommodate conventions and sports tournaments and things like that. This complex, just to give you a little background, we have about 1,300 hotel rooms in Provo City. Within the county, we have about 4,000 total hotel rooms. And there are some tournaments that could easily take half of that, 2,000 or more. I anticipate this being huge for Provo. I anticipate it being huge for Utah County. And even our friends in Northern Juab, or in Nephi, let's be honest, in Nephi, and even South Salt Lake County will feel impact from this when we have groups that are in. One thing we learned in the pandemic is that youth sports are near pandemic proof and almost always recession proof. We had people, when everywhere else was shut down, coming here to Provo from California, Washington, Oregon, from all of these states that wanted their kids to be able to continue to play sports. And they came and spent 3 weeks at a time here so that their kids could play hockey at the Peaks or baseball in different areas. It was amazing to see that people don't slow down for youth sports. I wanted to let Erin talk a little bit just about some of her experience we've been promoting this for several years now that it's been under construction. And as we get closer, there will be more things, but Erin's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting on promoting it to sports planners. So I'll let you talk a little bit about it.
Yes, I just want to clarify something real quick. So, Scott, are you saying that the convention center will be involved in the booking and that kind of stuff okay, that's all in-house?
And this is a very common misperception, but we are not the convention center. That's why we changed our name to Explore Utah Valley, because with Utah Valley Convention and Visitors Bureau, and then a separate organization called Utah Valley Convention Center, there was often confusion. And to add to that confusion, our offices are on the first floor in a very visible part of the convention center. So the convention center staff only manages the convention center bookings. And the way that we work with them and with hotels is we manage the community bid. So we work with meeting planners, we send a lead out, and the hotels, the convention center will send their proposal back to us, and we put it together in a nice shiny bid to send to the planner. And then it prevents the planner from having to go to each venue independently.
So you could work with tournaments coming here, that kind of thing.
So what we plan to do is we work with those tournament organizers, send the hotel bid to them, and then Provo City will manage the park from there.
Thank you. Yeah, excuse me. And as part of that and promoting this park, we have been laying the groundwork with tournament organizers all across the country for events, getting the interest peaked for this coming online. I was just recently, about 2 weeks ago, at a conference geared toward sports tournament organizers, having one-on-one meetings with them, discussing our area, destination as a whole, as well as the sports park coming on. Lots of interest. So we have a growing list of tournament organizers who are interested, who are excited about it, who think this area would be a good fit, not only regional business, but national as well. And all over the spectrum of sports. So not only soccer, of course, which is going to be huge, but we have some interest from like flag football, ultimate frisbee. My favorite I just met with was the National Beat Baseball Association, which is essentially baseball tournaments for blind athletes. They don't play on a traditional baseball field. They use multi-purpose fields because they need extra room to run around. So the interest is there. We're growing this, the interest in it and getting the information out to them as it comes on. And then in addition to that, conversations with our counterparts at Visit Salt Lake and their sports team, as well as the regional athletic complex, the RAC in Salt Lake, kind of talking about their experiences where we can learn from them and what we can implement. Not only some very large events and tournaments that we could possibly partner on and bid after things that Utah as a whole hasn't been able to bid on because we haven't had a large enough complex. This could possibly bring in some very large events. But also just that the RAC is, I was just speaking to them recently, they're pretty much booked out on dates for 2024. So they're almost excited that we're coming in just to kind of help share the load and share some of these events that are coming in. So the interest is there.
Okay, can I clarify something real quick?
Yes.
You mentioned a bidding thing. So do some of these tournaments use an RFP type thing?
Correct.
Yes. So you would cooperate with Parks and Rec to get the one bid out for everything?
Yes. Yep. And that's typically our process as well. As Lee said, it's a community bid. So we are working with the tournament organizers with their RFP, seeing what their needs are, making sure our community can handle it, make sure we have the needs of the venue, the hotels, all of that, help coordinate getting all those bids from the venue, from the hotels, letting them know how great the area is and all the fun things to do that piques their interest in coming here. Perfect. Turn the time back over.
I was gonna say it's actually a really big process. It's almost like dating. Aaron at some of these conferences does 8-minute speed dates with different planners to see their level, what they need. And then we come back, we follow up, we keep contacting them. We then send a proposal and ultimately we try to get a contract. So it's a long process.
I love it. So we're committed.
We're committed. Okay. We are very committed.
It's really helped my dating life. I've learned a lot. So.
But this is a really impressive park. It's designed well. The number of fields, the RAC has been incredibly successful for Salt Lake County. They have 15 fields. With having 20 fields, it will allow us to do tournaments that they're not even able to do in Salt Lake. And I mean, from what we can tell, this is going to be the largest in the West, and I think the second largest in the United States. So it's a really big deal for us and allows us to bring a lot of new business into the city and just, improve what's happening for the restaurants and the hotels and the businesses of Provo.
Great, thank you.
It's Lee and Aaron. Well, once in a while you have
Doug.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Doug Robbins from
Doug
Parks and Rec.
Once in a while you have an opportunity to highlight one of our staff that really make a difference in our operation and help us be the best of the best. And the one we'd like to highlight today is our project manager on the regional sports park, Riley Snelson. Riley is just an amazing project manager, and he's the reason why we've experienced so much success. Riley has got kind of a dual nature. He's very conservative in his cost estimating and his care and thoughtfulness in making sure every dollar is well spent. Yes, he's also very aggressive in opportunities and obtaining materials at the lowest price he possibly can. And he really represents the city very well. He's been our project manager working with dozens and dozens of subcontractors on this project. And he really is the one that's making things happen out there. And so all credit goes to Riley out on the site. He's got great relationships with other departments and just has coordinated this project so well to this point. And it's one of the reasons why we're building a regional sports park at about half the cost it would normally cost outside the city. And so I've got a little YouTube flyover from the very beginning. We could start this.
And this is the current state of it?
Yes. It's we've really had a hard time trying to communicate the size and scope of this project, especially since most of our drawings are on 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper. And so with the help of our good friends at Media Services, we've got some recent flyovers. This is about a week or two old. And so for the last 2 years, we've been focused on site preparation, hauling, placing, compacting, and grading subsoil from our local partners as efficiently as we can. The entire area has now been raised 7 to 11 feet right up out of the floodplain. It's been a monumental effort, but we're very excited now that we can start vertical construction on the project. Public Works has during this time been working on their west side utility infrastructure work with a 48-inch storm drain main line that's installed now that drains a large portion of the west side. Their sewer main line providing wastewater service to West Provo and connection to the new lift station on Lakeview Parkway was also installed and is finishing up deep underneath this park site. And they're making progress, continue to make progress on the adjacent streets near this park, as well as the expansion of Lakeview Parkway and the new signal intersections near the airport. The Provo Energy Department, they've been wonderful partners, making steady progress with site power infrastructure and street lights along the adjacent roadways. And all this is in preparation for future development on the west side. But we're happy to report now that we are now into vertical construction. Riley cracked a joke when the first curb line was slipped that we've got vertical construction, even though it was only 11 inches tall. It counts. But you can see from the size and scope of this project, that's quite a bit of work already that's been accomplished. We've got multiple subcontractors on site and trades working on many things at the same time. Shooting grades, rough grading, compaction testing, installing drainage pipe connections and inlet boxes, placing and compacting base material for hardscape areas such as interior parking lots, travel lanes that will handle the future traffic in between the different parking lots. You can kind of see those roughed in now for the first time. Slipping concrete curbs, gutters, and pathways. And many other contractors are out trenching and installing irrigation main lines and laterals. They've almost got that work done on the majority of this site. Electrical contractors installing light poles, bases, and lamps. It's really not a simple project. It requires precision, and as one mistake on a survey calculation at this size and scale can really torpedo a project budget. But Riley's triple checked, and he's just always present to make sure that we've been accurate to date and we're on time within budget. Next up, at this site, you're going to see restroom infrastructure. It's roughed in, and Riley let me know today that contractor has poured the footings on one of the restroom buildings. So we're actually really going to be building vertical.
And how many again do you have on the?
There will be at full build out 3.
I've been to a lot of soccer complexes in my life because my kids all do club.
Yeah.
And there's always one bathroom and it's forever away. So I love it that you guys are doing that.
Yep. And they're distributed evenly throughout the park. And then the pickleball courts, I think, will have their own. Playground equipment will be installed spring and summer 24. Sports turf sod will arrive in spring of 24. Parking areas and gravel and travel lanes will be paved in the summer of next year as we continue to lift and compact the south side for future development with pickleball as the funding comes in. We're excited to complete this project, and we just really thank the Provo Municipal Council for all the support you've given us to date and your ongoing support. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Any questions for Doug? Councillor Hoban.
Kind of random and off track, but any plans for mosquito abatement?
We'll work closely with the county mosquito abatement program.
Yes. As I saw how close that was to the water, I was just thinking, that's going to be real fun for those parents and those evening games.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for working on this. This used to be along my running route when I was training for a half marathon. And so I saw the early earthwork like twice a week and saw progress over months and months. And this is a lot more progress than I saw 2 years ago when I was out there, obviously. And I'm just excited about the sidewalks that you're showing because like that looks like a good place to go run some laps. So thanks.
It really will. There will be perimeter pathways around the whole site. It's going to be great.
Okay. I hope they're not curvilinear because that drives me crazy.
Not so much.
Okay.
Councillor Whipple.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. And I'm wondering how we're going to balance the needs of our own soccer clubs and the rec programs with renting it out for big tournaments.
Right. We'll be working very closely with Lee and Aaron on our regional tournaments. And yes, during the work days or weekdays, we hope to be running our own programs and scheduling in some weekend events as well with our local programming, so we get a good distribution without wearing these fields out. But this is a long-term partnership that we have with the UBB. We'll be working with them for years to come to make sure that we strike that proper balance.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to displace our local rec or clubs
right
for all out-of-state things. But okay, any more questions? Counselor Shipley.
Yeah, I'm excited for this, and I just hope we're reserving just a little spot somewhere for the amphitheater that needs to go in there at some point as well.
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah, there will be plenty of space for festival type events there. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
All right, what's next? Are we looking at the fire station next?
I think that's me. I'm stepping in for Mr. Pepperoni today. So I was looking through my emails, and in February 15th of this year, I sent an email out to everybody that the demolition on the old City Hall site had begun. And I kind of blew me away that went so quickly. So it took us about 6 months. And if any of you have taken notes on a piece of paper for a long period of time, you know that after a while, things get kind of jumbled and it gets confusing and hard to look at. And sometimes you just have to kind of take that off and get a blank piece of paper and start over again. And that's really what we have now on that old City Hall site. If you go out there and look with the City Hall down and with what Public Works was able to help us do, getting that to a flat grade with some recycled road base out there for parking that we can use temporarily while we begin to prep for the beginning of the construction of the fire station. And while we evaluate parking on that site, it's really a pretty unique perspective out there compared to what it was before. So I don't know if you have any questions. That was a very, very successful project that came in just a little bit, well, quite a bit under budget. So it took us just a little bit over $1 million to complete that. And we're still finalizing some of the costs for the recycled road base and that those costs. But for all intents and purposes, that's done.
Okay. So is that on the fire station?
Yeah, so my understanding is we're really close to beginning that. We're just finalizing the bids that we received for that, and that should be starting in the near future.
Okay, any questions, Councilor Shipley?
So when we appropriated those funds for the demolition, pretty sure we used verbiage that would allow those excess funds to be used for the fire station, but is that your understanding?
Yeah, I think there's some discretion. I think those are the conversations the administration is still having, trying to figure out exactly where those bids are going to come in and what we're going to need.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. What was the next one? I think airport terminal expansion. Brian Torgensen.
Thank you, Council. Happy to be here. I was sad to see Lee leave because he could stand up here and talk about the airport and the economic benefits that they're a huge help on as well. So what a great partnership we have with Explore Utah Valley and their efforts to help us bring people to Provo. So just want to give a quick update on the airport terminal expansion. A lot of this will seem pretty repetitive if you remember our budget presentation, but I think it has a lot of merit as we talk about the terminal expansion and what we're looking forward to there. So just an update on what things are looking like. This is as of August 1st. And so it's 12 months plus 2 weeks of operations in our new terminal. Pretty incredible what's happened there. Talk about a success story. Mayor Kafusi and team should be jumping up and down. This is one where you hated to say it, build it and they will come, but my goodness, 367,000 passengers getting on a plane in Provo in the last 12 months. Pretty incredible. And that you look at that graph, that's doesn't seem to be ending. In fact, after our scheduled shutdown, which for the next 2 weeks, our main runway is closed for construction. And so the commercial carriers are not operating at all for the next 2 weeks. In October, we have starting 15 daily departures, which is more than we've ever had. And that we don't see an end to that anytime soon. So Breeze is growing really well. Obviously, as a new entrant airline, they're slower to ramp up, but putting a lot of folks on a plane as well. This is kind of our route map. Again, most of you have seen this. Hopefully all of you have had the chance to take advantage of our low fares that our carriers offer in these nonstop destinations, as well as the one stops such as Hartford and other stops on the Breeze network. Again, just kind of a look at things in the morning. What you can see, our gates are pretty well full during certain times of the day. And coincidentally, those are the times of day when everyone wants to fly, including both Allegiant and Breeze would love to add more destinations, but we're a little bit limited right now. And so that's exactly why we're talking expansion. You've seen this as well on the left. This is a drawing that one of our carriers tried to suggest how we might get another gate squeezed into the apron that we have. The one on the right is another one that I attempted to put together to get 2 more gates on the apron. And if you'll remember, our apron was built to accommodate 4 airplanes. We have 7 aircraft based there on a nightly basis. And so things are pretty packed. And then obviously you've heard Mayor Kafusi talk about the expansion to become the Provo International Airport. There's a snippet there on the left side from Allegiant Airlines. They're extremely excited about Provo and the opportunities that a joint venture with a Mexican airline, Viva Aerobus, would bring in bringing service to Mexico. Yes.
Okay, and Breeze was also interested, correct, or not? Was it?
Well, it depends. If you're talking money, they're not interested in paying for anything, but they are interested in traveling internationally. Okay. They're not quite as forthcoming with their plans as Allegiant, but they would definitely use it. In fact, behind closed doors, they're excited about it. But
so you're saying Allegiant is interested in putting money towards it?
Not necessarily putting money towards it, but just, again, asking us to be ready so that they can start flying internationally. So they have a joint venture into the Department of Justice right now to do a joint venture with a Mexican airline. The first phase of that joint venture would bring Viva Aerobus planes from Mexico City and other places in Mexico to the US. Then phase 2 has Allegiant's planes flying south of the border. And so it's a pretty major deal in the industry right now. And so Allegiant's looking forward to that being reviewed by the FAA and the Department of Justice. And as part of that, they see Provo being a big part of that operation. Again, Breeze is interested. They are a lot more tight-lipped, as you might imagine, as a new startup operating just over 24 months now. They don't quite have the cash flow that someone like Allegiant has, so they're a little bit more careful in throwing around their plans. So, but we have talked to them about international destinations for sure. We talked about where do we go from here. We're not satisfied with the 2 carriers we have. In fact, they simply don't work for some. And so we're actively courting new carriers. We're talking all the time with Southwest, United, American, Alaska, all of these carriers to bring a network carrier to Provo. And so right now the aviation industry is in an interesting spot with pilot shortages and certification of aircraft due to manpower shortages at the FAA. But we're part of our expansion is for us to be ready to expand when some of those supply chain and leftovers from the pandemic kind of subside. So now on to the terminal expansion. We are in the design or the concept design phase. And you've seen this rendering. Most of the first phase of expansion would come on the south side of the terminal, with a small amount for baggage processing coming on the north side as well. Just a rough idea of what kind of the exterior site plan. Obviously, there's a ton of parking expansion, additional entrance and exit gates for parking as well, expanded employee parking lot, and a little bit better set up for rental cars as well. This is just a concept sketch of the terminal itself. You can kind of see the main terminal area remains unchanged. We've talked a lot about how when we designed and built the terminal, initially we planned for expansion. And so you'll see not a lot is changed at all in that center hub of the terminal. Go ahead.
Does this expansion include what's needed for international or not?
It does. So if I had does this have a pointer on it? Not that you'd be able to see it anyway. If you look on the top right side, you'll see.
Is it in a touch screen?
I don't see anything on the screen. So
Okay.
anyway, the top right is the upper level. So this would be kind of like your traditional airport concourse. It's elevated with your jet bridges. The two aircraft shown on the right side, those are built and designed for a larger.
We lost our screen.
Anyway, those are built for a larger aircraft, such as one you might see flying internationally. And then you'll see on the bottom of that right-hand side, you'll see a long hallway. And that's intended to be our dual use gate. So 95% of the time they'd be a domestic gate. They come into the terminal just like any other flight. For an international arrival, there'd be a series of doors closed that force them down that hallway, down the escalators to then the bottom. You'll see on the bottom right side is customs. So you'll pick up your bags off of the plane and then take them through customs and do your declarations there. So it is planned for the international component. The rest of the space, you'll see a lot of its open space will be finished as just shell space and that'll be intended for airline operations. A lot of leased space for airlines and their contractors, et cetera. So we had our partner, Leighton Construction, put an estimate to this concept, and we're about $46 million for the building itself. Too bad we couldn't have built this when we initially built. We could have probably done it for half of that, but it's amazing what prices have done. So this shows kind of the first actual construction of expansion, and this is actually the bid plans or the construction documents for the expansion of the terminal apron. We opened bids for this project a week and a half ago, and we'll be starting the dirt work on the apron expansion. We'll be starting on the south side, which is the right side, the brown and the magenta colored. Will be the first parts of this to begin. We're hoping to start this work within the next 2 to 3 weeks. The thing with the dirt, we get it. We're going to excavate about 4 feet of native material, bring in about 2 feet of good engineered material. Then we'll bring the native stuff back, pile it on top, and let it sit for about 12 months while it compacts that lake bottom mud soil. Same process we had to go through initially. So that gets us into a period of time where some of our FAA funding starts to kick in. So Mayor Kafusi, Isaac, and myself are working with our county commissioners to help. So like the regional sports park, the Tax and Tourism Advisory Board allocated $10 million to the expansion of the terminal. And we're working with our county commissioners who have been great to work with to help advance some of that money a little bit quicker than originally intended so that we can get this dirt work portion started. about a $7.5 million construction project. So if that tells you anything about what Riley and our Parks and Recreation folks have been able to do, they brought in a lot more dirt than what this will. And so just value that, what you're getting out of those guys and their efforts there. So definitely a huge value. Here's just a rough shot of kind of our funding plan. Don't bring, this changes daily, so don't, this is just kind of an outline of how things are going. And again, overall with the apron and the terminal, we're looking at a $78 million project approximately. And then this shows some of the funding sources that we're anticipating to get us there. Those in green are funding sources that have been either appropriated already or are very close to being done. So we're well on our way, just like we were with the original project, which coincidentally almost a $75 million project initially, and almost mirror image of the funding plan for this project as we did with the first one. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Brian? Counselor Ellsworth.
Hey, thanks for this report. Did somebody ever do a cost benefit analysis on this expansion?
That's a good question. I think not formally, I guess. I think part of our benefit is just seeing the actual economic benefit that it's bringing. We've done those studies to show the economic benefit of the airport and the terminal as a whole. And then this just goes to be able to expand that economic benefit. So I wouldn't say for the expansion, we've done any sort of specific economic benefit. We've just done it as a whole and the operations that are kind of planned over the next 4 or 5 years.
Gotcha.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and personally, I would feel more comfortable if there was a formal cost benefit analysis. I think that's easier to point to as citizens and understand the value that citizens are getting,
Sure.
right? Because not every citizen's flying to Mexico, not every citizen's using the Provo airport. And so, and I also think it's just a good process, right? As we're using taxpayer funds. So, yeah, thanks.
Sure. There is, I will say, the state of Utah Division of Aeronautics, their division of the Department of Transportation has done a pretty good job of, for each airport in the state, they've done kind of their own economic analysis and showing the benefit. So that's a great resource. If you ever get questions about why do we even have an airport and why should we care? That's kind of a good independent look that you can point citizens to. It's on the state's website. So it's a great kind of overview. Obviously, it encompasses the entire airport, not just the commercial side of it. So,
gotcha. Okay.
Counselor Whipple.
Yeah. I was able to expand the little schematic drawing that you sent, and I didn't see the place where we're going to have bike parking.
Mm-hmm.
But it's even expanded, it's tiny.
Sure. So it's on the left side, right by baggage processing. So it's really at the front door. So if you look at the bottom half, it would be, there's kind of a shaded area. It would just be kind of above that and to the left.
Okay. It's just not labeled.
It's not labeled.
Fantastic. So. Yeah. And then have you continued to have conversations with UTA about when we can get more frequent bus service out there?
Absolutely. So as you know, we've constructed the bus stop at the airport to accommodate the UVX line.
And so to encourage them to go ahead and do that?
To encourage them to go ahead and do that. So part of it is, kind of goes into the conversation with some of these larger users about using the Provo airport. I think that's something that UTA is still waiting for. But certainly every chance we get, we remind them, hey, we're here. And, people like that option of public transportation. So I think just as a whole, as a city, I think we just need to keep pushing that with UTA.
Do you think this expansion will give us additional force as we are pushing them gently?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I would hope so. Again, I just think as user, as usership, if that's even a word, increases, I think then that puts a little bit more emphasis on them to do something about it and provide that alternative.
Thank you. Counselor Shipley.
So when I look at that list of the different destinations and see Phoenix at such a high rate, is there a thought, and I'm sure that this has been analyzed, but it seems like that might be the case because we have more regular flights there, between both carriers, somebody can find a flight back and forth within a reasonable amount of time to Provo. And when I've looked for my family in the past, it just becomes complicated, even if it's got the right destination to make the scheduling work the way I need it to for business or for family. So I guess a long way of asking, is there a way to concentrate in a few of these areas, just more flights, more regular flights, as opposed to more? I mean, I know we like the idea of having lots of fun destinations, but for example, if we had regular flights to Vegas or to Denver, really regular flights to either one of those places, then anybody could get wherever they wanted to go from there potentially too. And we could use Provo more regularly, as opposed to, liking these destinations, but we can't quite get to them with scheduling.
Yeah. No, great question. And that's what I alluded to is Allegiant and Breeze, their model. That's what it is. They're a leisure carrier. They're not a business carrier. They're not a network carrier. They don't have a network like you would expect from a Southwest even. Kind of on that. They're closer than any of these other legacy carriers like a United and an American. So that's really why we're after the Southwest, United, and American, is because of exactly what you're talking about.
Is there a threshold of gates? Is there an amount of runways? I mean, is there something we're missing as far as this expansion to get one of those network carriers a little bit closer to the finish line?
So part of it's timing. Like I mentioned, right now is a difficult time in the aviation industry, just bouncing back from, I think were it not for the pandemic, I think you would see SkyWest flying for United already to Denver on a daily basis. But SkyWest has over 100 planes sitting on the ground right now because they can't get pilots.
Yeah.
And so it's really hard to say what we're missing. Part of it's just getting our story out there that, hey, we really are an alternative to Salt Lake at this point where we never have been in the past. And so that's what part of our messaging is. That's what Lee and Charlene and Explorer of Utah Valley is helping us do. That's what we do about 3 or 4 times a year. I go and sit down with these airlines and say, hey, have you looked into Provo? And of course, they kind of get tone deaf because that's what every airport director in the country is doing, right? But the ones that have really taken the time to understand what Provo is, they're pretty excited about it. And so I think you'll see in the next 24 months some of that happening to where we get a reliable scheduled carrier where we can tie in and go really anywhere in the world. So that's the hope.
Thank you.
Counselor Fillmore.
Thank you. Brian, first, just congratulations. It's an extraordinary effort.
Thank you.
It's been going on a few years, but it's a great success already. It's just going to get better. As a corollary to the question that Councilor Ellsworth raised about cost benefit, if you'll flash back to that screen that talks about the funding sources, I think it's rather remarkable as we search for money coming out of Provo City's coffers. That's kind of a thin number. So part of our success is that we haven't had to tax our taxpayers directly for that.
And I will mention, these are all existing tax revenues. We're not creating any new tax. These are all existing transportation tax dollars. So,
what percentage of the total funding, the $78 million expansion budget, what percentage of that would you say is coming out of Provo City coffers directly?
So we've got 11 million of the 78. So whatever percentage that is. Anyone that's better than math on the fly than I am.
That's about 14, 15%.
Yeah.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
To have this kind of an asset in our city and having had it funded by so many outside sources.
So well, that's kind of the highlight. I lived through
the concept, design, the funding process for the original terminal, a $75 million project to the citizen of Provo, debt free. So we are carrying some really short-term loans that we're, in the next 2 years we'll be paying off, but really no new taxes, no new bonding of any sort. And I think the council and our county commissioners and our mayor should be proud of themselves for, really bringing all levels of government together to make something pretty incredible.
Well done. Real attaboy to you and the administration for this. One last question, if I might. Can we trust you to notify the council within 24 hours of the day that you lock up the Honolulu destination?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilor Handley.
I was kind of interested in Mexico City myself, but because I was sort of assuming Cabo was going to be but it sounds like maybe it'd be other Mexican destinations.
It depends on the carrier, right? So
that's not what I wanted to talk about. I just thought I'd throw that in there. Although, kind of building on this issue of benefit to the city, and this maybe goes to the heart of the soccer complex as well. Again, I think for the sake of public interest, despite all of this incredible work and such a small sacrifice made by our own taxpayers, there is a perception that when they look at the general budget of the city, it looks like it's gone up quite a bit because we're getting federal and other grant monies to help us with these different projects. So there's that part of it that's misunderstood, that looks like we're spending more. But I do think just getting some actual numbers about financial economic impact on the city of the airport and the soccer complex, and keeping those numbers front and center for the public could be really helpful. Because again, it's like people naturally go to, what did I pay out of my pocket and what am I getting? And if I'm not interested in flying, or if I'm not playing soccer, I guess it means nothing to me. It's like, well, it actually means quite a bit. It's bringing quite a bit of money into the city. And I know some of this, of course, is still speculative, although I assume we have probably have some data on the airport thus far in terms of maybe the impact of spending in the city. Anyway, it's just a general thought and recommendation for all of us to get that information and share it publicly so that we can tell the story in the proper way, because otherwise it gets distorted in people's minds, and I think it gets mistold.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I know one of the things limiting us is another runway. And I know that's not in this expansion, but is there a timeline you think for that?
Sure. So I think limiting is maybe not the right word.
What's not the right word?
Limiting.
Okay.
So the runway configuration, it limits us on like the next 2 weeks where we don't have an alternative, right? Every other day of the week, 85 to 90% of the American fleet can fly in and out of Provo just fine. So it's your wide body aircraft that you start to have problems. So anything bigger than the 757, which again, those are mainly for long haul flights anyway. And so your 737s, all of those, again, 85 to 90% of the American fleet are using those aircraft and have no problem coming into Provo. But it's instances where we have a construction project like we have right now, which is going to be a huge impact, but we didn't have another option. That's where it hurts us because we don't have another runway. And so to answer your question, we have 2 runways. One of them, the crosswind runway, it's not certified for commercial service. And so that hurt us now as well as in January when we had our accident. Our master plan, the FAA actually won't support that secondary runway anymore because the wind cover, anyway, it's a long detailed, so they won't pay to keep it up. And so the master plan actually shows a parallel runway. And at what point the FAA is willing to actually dive in and make that happen, it's not in the next 5 years. And so,
okay. So the FAA is who pulls that trigger.
Unless we can fund that ourselves, which will be enormously expensive. It will require us to go out into Utah Lake in order to get that. And so environmentally, it's really challenging. And I think that may be why the FAA is kind of trying to ignore it a little bit, but it's definitely coming up more and more as we experience some of the difficulties and the growth that only helps our ask to the FAA and say, hey, we really need to pay attention to this secondary runway.
So having a secondary runway, wouldn't that increase the number of flights you can do or not?
Not necessarily. Again, where we are limited is the actual apron space and the terminal space. The runway, we have plenty of capacity. We're not overloaded with traffic to where they can't get on the ground or have to fly around forever. So that's not the bottleneck.
Oh, okay. Thanks for clarifying that.
Yep.
Any other questions before we let Ryan go? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're looking at West Side Grocery Store. Keith Morey.
Yeah, I think this is another great success story. We've struggled with this one for a long time, but on this piece of property that, if you remember, we came to the city council, it's been a year and a half ago, and asked for your support to rezone this from agricultural to commercial. We now have a developer, a new landowner and a developer that's putting together a site plan on that. They're working through details on that. We have an LOI with a large retailer for that location as well, and they're working through our parking requirements and things of that sort to make sure that their ultimate design fits our needs. So we don't have anything that we can show for that officially, but I think the fact that we do have an LOI with a legitimate retailer that's planning to go forward is a very, very strong sign that this is going to happen. So we're very excited. And I think that's in addition to Target, who should open sometime in April of next year.
Any questions for Keith? All right. Oh, one question, Keith. Councilor Whipple.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for the public that the LOI is a letter of intent.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And so it's part of the negotiation process. There's formality to it, but it's not completely baked in yet.
No, that's exactly right. And I mean, I think that's fair, but it's very rare that retailers in general do that unless there's strong support. And what we have been told is that this retailer is, out of all the sites that they're considering in Utah, this is the one that they're most excited about and one that they think has the most potential for future development. So we think it's very positive.
And does that letter of intent give us a timeline for the next steps?
No, they're trying to work through that as far as, the site plan. There's quite a bit of work that would have to be done on this site. I mean, if you've been out there recently, you can see that, like the sports park, they're bringing fill material in there and starting to bring that site up to grade as well. And so as all those pieces come together, we'll have a better sense of timing. But I mean, we're hoping this year to have at least a concept of what they're going to build and when they're going to build it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, Keith. All right. What's next? Water treatment plant and aquifer recharge. Gary Calder.
Thank you. If for your recollection, we applied for a $50 million grant and received that. And that is the paying for a large part of this cost for this project. As a result of that large grant, the city Public Works had to go through an the NEPA process. We are just finishing up that EA this week. And so meaning that we're on a short track as far as public comment and moving forward with that. Meanwhile, as we were going through that environmental work, we have gone ahead and started the design and the bidding process. On the drawing up here, up by the MTC, the little yellow dot is a booster station, and then the blue line that goes up into Rock Canyon. We are actually bidding that project this week so that we can, as soon as we receive the approval from the federal government, we can move forward with that. Over here on the left side of your picture, the big yellow dot over by the Raintree parking lot, which is where the plant will be. That plant and the 36-inch, which is that blue line going through the BYU intramural fields up towards the stadium, that is bid the following week. We do not know how the market will be as far as the prices when we bid this. So with the treatment plant, our plan is that we are bidding this as a 20 million and a 30 million gallon a day plant, because we don't know what the cost will be. So that if the prices come a little higher, we'll downsize that as far as the amount of water that we can produce. However, we have made sure that the shell is big enough to accommodate a 30 million gallon a day project. So we are looking forward that this fall that we will begin the construction on this project. I'm sorry, it's been a long process trying to get this environmental stuff taken care of, but we are doing everything we can to be a good partner, not only with the residents, the environmental, the federal, but also with our other water partners in the Provo River. So it's been a good process, I would say, and that this project would be a benefit to not only the airport, but the park and also all the residents. I mean, this is going to be a project that's going to benefit the residents of Provo for years to come. This will be something I think you can all be very proud of as far as this project moving forward. So we're looking forward to this beginning this fall. That's, got any questions?
Councillor Fillmore.
Well, just a big thankful for potential. So thank you for all the hard work.
You're welcome. You got a good team.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Carrie.
All right, thank you.
All right, I think we have one more. Website redesign by Isaac.
We want to be sure Nicole is here for that, and she's out this week, so you'll get that another time. So that
Okay.
is the presentation on the Big Six update, unless there's any final questions that we can help you with. And I'll
That
jump
sounds
away.
great.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Isaac. Do you know what? Let's do our break right now. Okay. Let me see. Okay, let's come back at 3:30.
5.9 and additional change. We did vet. We hadn't used Paulson before, so thank you to Chief Miguel, who called and checked references and found out they just built a couple of fire stations, highest reviews. So we were comfortable with that. But when I saw this, this is truly one of the most painful professional moments in my life to absorb this and realize we have to go talk to the mayor. And before we did that, I said, I want to rethink everything. We're going to go back to the drawing board. Here, by the way, the total cost came out, when you look at everything, including a contingency, we came out at 6.5 million, basically 1.5 million over. In case I forget, I want to tell you one thing though. That contingency right there represents a 5% contingency. John Borget will tell you that city projects, we always do a 10% contingency. If I have one little victory here, it's that I proposed that we do a 5% contingency. And thank you to the chiefs who've been totally supportive of this. And I said, if we have to go face the pain of meeting you again and saying we didn't have enough contingency, let's build that into the process. Let's build an extra pain point in. And they said, we get it. The mayor really didn't want to go this. So they've been fully supportive. I have to thank them for being very kind with an annoying guy who's looked under every stone on this. And that's what we've been doing for about a month. We've gone through a list of everything I could think of and everything they could think of, removing the fire pole, changing the pipings. And then, and as we went through every one of these, I was very disappointed on one level because I realized I was not going to be able to report to the mayor that I, accomplished what she asked. What was gratifying was realizing that in all the early process, when sometimes I wouldn't participate very much because I said, you guys know the drill, just don't go over 5. As we went back and went line by line, what about switching out this carpet? Is there any carpet cheaper? And this we did with the architect and with the builder. We have gone through a series of maybe 4 meetings trying to look at anything we could do to save on this. There has not been hardly anything we could do that wouldn't have a really awkward consequence. I mean, I even talked about let's redesign it and take out a bay. What would that do? And it wasn't much savings. And now we have built our fire station for today instead of for the future. So I've apologized to the mayor. My apologize to you, but we have not been able to deliver this at 5 million. And Christian from our office came up with this cute little cartoon, and it's accurate, I think, but it doesn't tell the full story. Again, that's a cute, fun cartoon. This has been a painful experience, but I hope you sense that's the kind of care you heard about Riley Snelson. Same thing, no one is here. We want to spend as little as possible and get these projects done and use outside funding whenever we can. But we are here to ask for 1.5 million. We have a proposal on how that could be cobbled together. We do have some remaining legacy CIP fund balance. What's elegant about that is this is really a legacy CIP project. The funding for this is the CARES Act and ARPA, and that's what our legacy CIP fund balance is. So costs have gone up. This was more expensive than we had wanted, and we need to meet it. The second line, impact fees. This is fire department's impact fees that they'll be receiving over the next 6 years. And they're happy to push those all onto the table and expend them to meet this gap. So if we do that, we still have 350,000 left. Again, reminder, we're doing a 5% contingency fee. Don't be too upset if we come back to you because we need a little bit more. This was a strategic decision. You normally do 10%. We may be back. We'll try not to be, but that was our plan so that we don't have to ask you for 600,000. So that is the presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Isaac. Any questions for Isaac? Councilor Whipple.
Okay, so on the impact fees, you said those represent the next 6 years of impact fees for fire?
For fire department.
Okay. I didn't realize that was 6 years
right?
worth. Is that?
The last 2 years.
Got it.
So it is actually, repeat that?
It's 2 years of the past and 6 going forward. And it's a conservative estimate because they're, we don't want to overshoot what that would be, but John Borget has looked at the numbers. So this is the last 2 years impact fees that we've been banking, plus budgeting 6 years out of what they will be. So 8 years worth of impact fees that the fire department can use for projects.
So we had been saving some of the impact fees, not specifically for this or specifically for this project.
And John and Chief are welcome to come up as need be.
So a little over 2 years ago, about 2.5 years ago, we just implemented a police and a fire impact fee, started collecting it on new construction. And so basically that money's been going in. We haven't spent any of it yet. We've just been setting it aside for projects. And police still has the money that's going in for them, and they have 6 years to spend it. And so we can do two things. We have 6 years to spend what we've collected, and then if we want to utilize anticipated taxes, we can go forward 6 years. And one of the reasons that this project's really attractive for fire is that in the code for impact fees, you cannot utilize impact fees for a new fire engine, but you can do it for the station. And the reason this station qualifies is because it's a larger station than what we've had in the past. And based on that square footage and cost per square foot, we can utilize that 650,000.
Okay, so our original plan to do the 5 million wasn't using the impact fees, although it could have.
It could have been, but yeah, the original did not. It was just based on CARES Act and ARPA funds. And as we got closer and started looking at all of our options, we landed on this idea a couple months ago. Wow, this is a good opportunity to use these impact fees.
That's great. The next question actually kind of goes back to a previous item that we had before, and that was that the old city hall demolition came in under budget. And it seems that the amount that it came in under budget by is in excess of the amount that we need to finish this fire station. Can you address why we wouldn't just divert those funds to this project?
You certainly could. Certainly, to me, makes sense to use those impact fees. Those are for purposes just like this, and they can't be used for much else. So I would strongly encourage we stick with using the impact fees. The legacy CIP fund balance, I think this is that kind of project that was funded by ARPA and CARES Act funds before, and we see that as a nice tie-in. Lastly, I would say, we have lots of things the city wants to do, including get us all parked accurately, appropriately. We are in the middle of exploring a parking garage, as you've seen on the slides and that. And we understood that the demolition money was for demolition and for parking. And in our minds, we would like to look at whether we're going to do a parking garage or not. And if so, we think that would be a nice place to put those funds. Is towards a parking garage. So that's where we're at now. We hope to have that discussion wrapped up within a couple of months at the latest. We're working with architects on that and that type of thing. I forgot to mention one thing that I better insert right now, and that is just on timing. I know that you usually do these in 2 steps where we have it at work meeting, and then the next time we do it at a council meeting in 2 weeks. We've been going through a value engineering exercise in hopes that we could whittle down this amount for you, but we've been unable to. The subcontractors are not as responsive to the contractor as we would like to get this, but our vision, part of why we're here today and not a little bit or sooner is I desperately wanted to see if we could reduce this amount before we came to you. We have been unable to do so, but our deadline to accept this was, I have it here. It was on or about, let's see, July 20th. And we worked out with with Paulson that we could give them a letter of intent subject to approval by the council, and they would hold the bid price. As you know, we're in a time period where losing a bid price is terrifying because things go up very rapidly. So just to be clear on where we're at right now, we need to go ahead and enter the contract at this price right away. They're kind of floating us right now and saying, it's okay, we understand council needs to approve, but we are feeling like we need to have this done tonight if at all possible, and I apologize for that. We're doing our best, trying to save money, and this is where we are, so.
Councilor Handley.
Maybe we could go back to the 2 million. Again, no, I don't need to go back any slides.
Oh, sorry.
Just to that question again.
Yeah.
Because, and help me remember what we had talked about, and forgive me if it slipped out of my head, but with regard to the former property, long term, we're still looking at something much more beneficial to the downtown area than a parking structure, correct?
Absolutely. If we do a parking garage, it'll just be along the back part of it, just along where the fire station is, between the fire station and City Hall would be where a parking garage would be. The rest of that lot that Keith Maury showed us will be developed by some other partner. There's no plan to leave the parking that you see out there along Center Street for any duration of time. As soon as we finish this parking decision, thank you. As soon as we finish the parking decision, we're going to get something going there as soon as we can, find a good partner and build something great, or see something great built there.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess I'm still having trouble understanding why we wouldn't just use that money now for this, since this is feels to me a higher priority. It's more clear what its direct benefit is going to be. I'm a little nervous about spending money on a parking structure that's temporary in any case, if we were to, develop this area in a different way. Or is this?
The parking structure would not be temporary in any way.
Okay.
It would be this would be a full-fledged concrete, steel, parking structure that would last for a very, very long time. So we are not exploring a temporary parking solution. We're exploring a long-term.
And the idea of it, if I'm remembering correctly, was because in the initial RFPs and when we were exploring options for this area, the parking was the one thing that bidders wouldn't pay for.
It just got very expensive and very complicated. Just some perspective on that. My bias, having seen some of those situations we're in with other parking garages where we have these long-term arrangements with someone else, 30 to 40 years from now, you've handed to the administration an unsolvable problem, in my opinion. It's so much cleaner to own your own situation, have a boundary line, and let them do their own. Now, having said that, we may see some wonderful person come in. And by the way, as soon as we decide exactly what it would cost for a potential parking structure, we do plan to at least go to those people who submitted RFPs on the City Hall block and say, here's our price tag. Do you have a wonderful solution that makes us want to partner with you? And if they say, yeah, here's our proposal and it's wonderful, okay, we'll look at it. We want to make good, wise decisions. So we will explore that. But anything we do that's going to park 150 to 200 people, which is what we show as our capacity need for the Covey Center and City Hall, and then the public to use as well. It's going to take a lot of money, and anyway. So that was our thinking. Is there was a tie to the demolition of the project and to the parking solutions to use that for the parking structure, and so that would be our preference and recommendation.
Okay.
Councilor Whipple. Yeah, I don't recall the exact language that we used when we appropriate that money. I remember my priority was that it was for the demolition and abasement of the nuisance and asbestos and things like that. I don't recall.
It certainly didn't contemplate a parking structure.
No, and this parking structure would cost far more than $2 million.
Absolutely.
So it seems that the assumption that all of the excess automatically goes to parking on that structure, I'm not sure that that's warranted, although I understand why it seems logical that you would want to do that. I am concerned about using the rest of the legacy CIP funds for the fire station when there's an alternate funding source available. Because as you recall, we've been looking at doing the zoning rewrite. And that was what we had identified as a possible source of funding for that. And I don't know, but it seems that it would be more difficult to take that money from a different pot for the zoning thing than it would be from the legacy CIP. Do you see what I mean? And so if you're going to empty that piggy bank, so we no longer have it to use for this other council priority that has strong support from the department that's wanting it, this is what concerns me.
Yeah.
I'm great with your impact fee solution. I love that part.
Yeah, you're hitting on part of I think if we try and move this, it's not working.
So for the
I'm no longer
vote
on that
tonight,
screen.
is it just to approve the higher amount, or are we approving these proposed funding sources as well tonight?
You need to appropriate the funds so that we can enter the contract.
So we've got a short time to figure out if we agree with your proposed funding source, or if we want to arm wrestle.
Yeah, and if you want, you do not have to do anything tonight, of course. We're up against some pressure and we have some strong desire and request, but we can do whatever we need to do on this.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that you've done everything you can to check to make sure that the numbers are as low as they can be. I know I'm always skeptical when there's one bid that's a lot lower than everything else. So I'm assuming that you've also checked to make sure that that lowest bid is adequate for the needs and is good, that they're not defective by being low. So I appreciate that. And we'll do the best we can in the time that we've got.
Okay.
Chair McKay. Sorry, Justin over here. Vice Chair Whipple, just wanted to clarify and answer some of your questions. So the resolution from November 1st of last year regarding that $3 million appropriation included use for the expenditure on demolition, abatement, and temporary parking. What is left as far as a balance was reviewed at the last work meeting. And there are still some outstanding receipts that were mentioned by Mr. Maury, but there is roughly, let me pull this up, right around $2 million left of that appropriation.
Councilor Handley.
Well, I wonder, I share Council Member Whipple's feelings about how, we're not, this isn't a criticism of anything you've done. I am just trying to figure out, and if there's a way we could even say for now that the 500 million or 500,000, excuse me, let's not mix up zeros here. 500,000 gap there, if we said that's coming from the savings for now of the 3 million, and then we could reevaluate that at a later point, right? If we look at, because part of what makes me a little nervous is I know we were talking, and I know it looked financially difficult to do, but we're looking at potential developers of that area, and they've got an idea that doesn't require a parking structure in that location or of that kind. It seems like it would be we've sort of lost the opportunity for their innovation if we say we've already built one or we've already spent this much money on it. And since there's a little bit of overlap and some gray area here, maybe we could just appropriate the money from that savings for now. And then if it becomes necessary at a later point to reevaluate that question. But given our interest in that zoning issue, I'm hesitant to commit that right now, but I don't want to slow the process down. So that would be my my preference is that we maybe spend $500,000 of the savings for now. I don't know how that strikes you or the rest of the council, but
I think
I know one thought, like we've put out 2 RFPs and the parking has been an issue and that we haven't, it's been one of the significant issues and why we haven't gotten an RFP that we're jumping at, right? Like, I don't know what we do fund-wise here. I'm open to whatever, but I do think our employees need parking. And I think it was a big mess that there wasn't parking in the city hall originally, a parking structure for them. Because we should have definite parking for our employees. I think it's been hard for them since we've opened without it.
The only comment I was going to make, I think to George's point, I don't think the plan you're referring to is going to cost $500,000. This is our proposal, would rather see you give 400,000 from this legacy CIP fund balance and keep 100 than not use any of it for this.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I agree with Councillor Whipple on everything she said, but I would feel more comfortable using the savings from the building removal and mitigation in lieu of the legacy CIP fund balance here. And I appreciate what's been done to value engineer this. I know that that's tough, and I'm sure you scrutinized every line item. I do feel uncomfortable. I feel painted into a corner when we're told that we need to approve this ASAP. And I wish that we had seen a process where we were approached in July or June or August. That would be a much more constructive, inclusive process. And I'm not comfortable making any decisions on a parking structure today. I feel like there's a lot of unanswered questions there, and it could inhibit proposals or opportunities on that site if we do that without considering all of our options.
And I think it's clear to everyone, but we have no request today regarding the parking structure. Yeah.
Councillor Fillmore.
So I understand you've got a bit of a deadline tonight. And while you can't calibrate the extra cost, your sense is that it would be substantial if we don't at least vote tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would hurt us if it was 2 days from now, but 2 weeks, I don't know where that puts us. Yeah.
You've already stretched your relationship a bit with the parties that you need to work with, right?
Yeah.
So once again, we're faced with the chronic dilemma, multiple needs and limited funds, right? But I think public safety has always got to be our first priority, period. That's what the citizens expect of us. And so I don't see much good coming from delaying a decision tonight. It's just going to cost us more. I think that no one here is going to argue about the need for the fire station. It's just a question of how soon and how much we want to pay for it. So I for one would be in favor of taking the money and deferring the zoning study, for example. I just think public safety trumps that. I also feel that, if we, rather than be critical of the administration, we have to be applauding the administration for the efforts you've made to husband our dollars and get the best deals we can on these kind of CIP projects. And sure, it'd been nice if we'd heard about all this months ago, but we are at where we're at. And so we have a decision to make tonight. I think prudence dictates that we move forward and we find the funds to approve this tonight.
Councillor Ellsworth.
So you had given a date in July, and that was when they needed their letter of intent. Is that right?
I apologize. August 17th.
August 17th. Okay, that's when they said they needed their letter of intent.
That's when we sent it, and then we were right up against a deadline. I don't remember the exact date. I think it might have been the 20th of August. That was our 30-day deadline to accept the bid. And so we worked out to do a letter of intent and begin the value engineering exercise.
Okay, but there's no date for September 5th. There's no deadline for September.
Correct. We're in kind of a no man's land of
Right.
subject to council approval.
Right.
Yeah.
So we could
then
go back
need
to them and say the
and then we need
council
to
needs
sign the
another 2
contract.
weeks. Yeah.
And we need to sign the contract that's on our table, ready to be signed, but we can't sign it unless we have the money allocated. So.
Thanks.
I apologize. The letter of intent does reference September 5th. As I recall, we worded it carefully to say, we plan to take this to the council for approval on September 5th. That's all it says. Doesn't say, we guarantee you they will vote for it by then. It says, we plan to take this to the council for approval by September 5th. That's our intent.
Councilor Handley.
So yeah, I have no intention of delaying it. I just, because I think either scenario is something I can live with, although I still prefer using the 500,000 from the savings rather than using the legacy CIP at this point. And then, like I say, so I guess I'll make a motion and see what the council thinks, because I agree with Mr. Fillmore. I don't want to delay this. But it even though you're not, of course, asking us specifically to make a decision about parking, there's sort of an implied decision that we're protecting it for that purpose. And I don't know enough about why I would want to do that. I'm not obviously, and the other nice thing about this is we're not talking about the 2 million. We're at least talking about a quarter of it. So, and we could always go back and reevaluate where that source came from if we felt like it had to come from the legacy CIP at a later point. But that feels to me like a good compromise. So that's why I'd like to make that motion, that the 500,000 come from the savings rather than legacy CIP.
Really quickly, I just got more information that Brandon Larson has received 1 bid for the rezoning, and it's the high end of it is 300,000.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any discussion of the motion?
Yeah, it's maybe tangential, but I would like to clarify that because that 3 million was appropriated for demolition of maintenance and temporary parking, that any money in excess of that should have to come back to the council for distribution for a different project, which would include appropriating a portion of that to a permanent parking structure.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with?
That's the status
process?
quo. We could not spend it on anything without you authorizing it, is my understanding. And if I can make a procedural point, I don't know, is that a motion to make the decision on it, or to have council prepare up for the council meeting?
Yeah, I'll clarify that. Yeah, that my motion is to bring this back tonight with the proposed funding sources to be amended as I stated.
Not 300,000, but 500. Is that correct?
Well, but that's precisely the issue that we could revisit when we know what we've decided on with the thing. I just don't like doing this on the fly, but I also don't want to slow you down.
So I would make clarification that basically the way the original appropriation for the demolition, as was mentioned, was for the demolition and for temporary parking. Once that's complete, which it's really close, I mean, they're just working through a couple of details, that's in the legacy CIP. So that becomes unreserved, or that becomes fund balance in the legacy CIP. Okay. So then you go from roughly 500,000 to 2.5 million. And the way that is written right now wouldn't change. It would just come out of that unreserved fund balance in the legacy CIP. Does that make sense?
So are you basically saying this is all moot because it's all legacy CIP, or?
Yep. Well, what I'm saying is that if you spend the 500,000 for this unreserved, it's going to be out of the 2.5 million.
Okay. Well, but it still feels like we got to be clear that we're not binding. All I'm trying to do is not I don't want to make, I feel like I'm making three different decisions tonight, which I don't like. I want to make one about the fire station. I don't want to make a decision about parking, and I don't want to make a decision about zoning. So as long as we're not binding ourselves,
I think the answer is you're not.
You're saying it would all go into legacy CIP fund balance.
Yep.
And we could still decide to allocate whatever we need for zoning and whatever we need for parking.
Yep.
So that sounds lovely.
The only thing that's unknown, we haven't quite completely finalized the project for the demolition. And we're working on like maybe one bill, and then it'll be done. And then the balance would be on, because the temporary parking's done. And so then it would become legacy CIP fund balance.
Okay. Then I guess, I don't know how I need to amend that motion exactly, or if at all. Maybe somebody can help me. Do I need to, because we're still saying it's legacy CIP fund. I guess I would just say in the notes, we are clear that we're not making a decision right now about parking and about zoning funding sources.
Yeah, I mean, I think my suggestion would be, based on what Mr. Borgett is saying, I don't think you actually need a motion to amend the language of the resolution that's up for consideration tonight. What you may want to do instead is just make a motion that that the council is clarifying its intent that anything left over from the previous appropriation does go back to legacy CIP fund balance when the project is done.
So that would be my motion, that we clarify the intent that that money goes back into legacy CIP and that we can make decisions at a later point about all those other issues. Is there a second on that?
Okay. That was a helpful clarification to me as well, because I appreciated that from John Borgett. Okay. Is there anything else?
Right. So is there any discussion on the motion? All right, we'll take a vote. Councillor Shipley.
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Councillor McKay, yes. Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore.
Yes.
Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
And Councillor Handley.
Yes.
All right, so it passes unanimously. Thank you, Isaac.
Chair, I was going to make a substitute motion, and I apologize, but, and this is just a small addition to what we're discussing tonight, but I would actually prefer the 350 to come from legacy CIP as well, which we've been talking about is the same bucket as the overages that will be coming from, the demolition project. And so I would move that instead of the funding source being general fund balance, that it would be coming 850 from legacy CIP. And we've just talked about how the demolition overage would be in that legacy CIP.
Can we
bucket.
do a substitute after we voted on the other?
It's just a new motion now.
Yeah.
It was going to be a substitute.
It's no longer a substitute. It's just an additional motion.
And I have a question for Mr. Borgett before we even second that. And my understanding is that we just did 500 on this because that was going to wipe out the current CIP balance. Can we appropriate the other 350 before that 200 or the 2 million goes back into it?
And will this slow down the project?
So technically, because we haven't finalized the demolition and parking improvement project, it's really not what we would call legacy CIP fund balance yet, but we know what most of it's going to be, or we know roughly what it is. So I don't know.
That's okay. I mean, I can make two motions, two parts.
Okay.
One is to reappropriate $350,000 from the demolition budget over to legacy CIP. And then the second part would be to make the appropriation tonight all 850 from legacy CIP, just to make it clean.
Yeah, you could do that.
I'm interested. Will this slow down the process, signature wise and everything?
I think we noticed this. We noticed it meeting the deadlines that are required, the way it's written right here. And any thoughts, Kelsey, on can we change it and still meet the noticing requirements?
So I might need to confer with Brian Jones on this one because it was noticed specifically as coming from general fund balance, but I know that there's precedence for council making amendments to resolutions during meetings. So I don't know. I don't want to put Brian on the spot, but.
Well, let's see. The noticing, I mean, generally speaking, my concern about appropriation noticing is always just in the maximum amount, that we're not going over the amount that was noticed. And so the 1.5 million hasn't changed. It does say from legacy CIP fund balance, and a transfer from, okay, let's see. So, I mean, the council, the notice does include the sources. I guess the one potential concern is the way that the motion reappropriates money from the previous project into the legacy CIP in order to get it there for the, I think it was already there. It wouldn't be a problem to change based on the noticing. I mean, in a way, I guess from a really technical sense, you're almost kind of doing a reappropriation, even though it's a second appropriation, even though it's of the same money. I tend to think that it again, I mean, our noticing requirements, well, maybe what I need to do is, we have another item, but it's an RDA item. I was going to say, maybe I need to look at the statute for a second, because as a general rule, noticing is just about the public being on general notice about what the general topic is. But I probably need to look at the specific noticing requirements for appropriations. So maybe I need a minute.
Can we come back to this and let Brian have a few moments to review that?
Sure. Should we go to the redevelopment agency and come back?
Well, there's a 5-year public safety staff.
All right, let's jump to that. Can we do that with a pending motion or?
Yeah, I don't think there was ever a second.
There was not. Okay.
But in any event, I mean, I guess technically, why don't we have somebody make a motion to table the motion until after the next item.
I make a motion to table discussion of that motion until after this next item, the presentation on a 5-year public safety staffing plan.
I'll second that. Do you have to take a vote on that then?
Yeah.
Okay. Counselor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
Counselor Fillmore.
Yes.
Counselor Hoban.
Yes.
Counselor Hanley.
Yes.
Counselor Shipley.
Yes.
All right, we're going to go into a presentation of the 5-year public safety plan presented by Police Chief Troy Beebe and Fire Chief Jeremy Hedman.
Council Mayor, I'll be very quick. Just a little bit of history to go along with our 5-year plan. It's all based upon the vision statement 2030. I believe that their community wants our city to be safe and sound. And the 2030 document talks about per capita officers and how many officers we need. I brought to the council another option, which is a work study based upon what I feel is needed with regard to our culture and how our city has been in the past. So the work study is a 60% reactive and 40% proactive. And in order to do that, the presentation to the council was 10 officers. And I can't show enough gratitude for the 3 officers we received. Our continuing 5-year plan is to continue as revenues allow to present to 7 officers in the next 5 years. That will allow us to manage the police department in a way that I feel is productive and it will keep us safe and sound. Questions?
Any questions for the chief?
So in the next 5 years, if we were to hire an additional 7 officers, you feel comfortable that that will satisfy the needs of your study?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Oh, Counselor Ellsworth.
Yeah, how many open FTEs are there for officers that are unfilled?
Unfilled. So we're at 116 currently. We have funded 122.
Okay.
And so 6 weeks ago, we were we had no openings. That's how attrition works in the police department. I can go through it. We had 1 transfer to Phoenix, 1 to the State Department as an agent, 1 quit just to go do a home business that's successful. 1 fell to background. Excuse me. Another was dismissed from police officer standard and trading. Both of those, the failed background and the post, were for dishonesty. And the 3 positions that we were allotted. So it's amazing how fast it goes. But we have hiring starting tomorrow. Testing.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Counselor Fillmore.
So Chief, you're satisfied that what we're doing now is going to meet your needs at the airport?
Yes. And again, each year that goes by and the different revenue and different things that come up at the airport and how that I may come and need to look at that again. But currently, we allocated an officer out there, another officer out at the airport to meet the needs, and we're doing well.
Okay, so you're saying future needs that we're not quite anticipating may require accelerating that 7 new FTE schedule, but for right now, you're comfortable.
Yes.
Okay.
The seven would cover that.
Great.
It would have to be an increase greatly in numbers.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Later.
Thanks, Chief. All right, Chief Hedman is next.
Thank you, Council. It's an honor to be here, and we've got a lot of fire department talk today, so sorry about that. But our goal is based on our master plan, which adds a fire engine at Station 1. We currently have, or right now they're out at Station 5, but when the station was there, we had two medics on an ambulance and a battalion chief there. The plan is to add a fire engine there, and I'll show you kind of why we need that as we go through this. But this is our heat map that came from our master plan that was sent, and this shows the bright yellow area in the center right around Station 21 is where the majority of our calls are, where we don't have a fire engine. And this is the motivator for wanting to add the 9 firefighters that we're hoping to hire. Give you a little explanation of why we need 9. So we have 3 platoons and they rotate schedules. So each platoon needs 3 firefighters in order to fill a captain and engineer and a firefighter position on every day. So that's, 3 per shift. So totals of 9. We have put in for a SAFER grant. We haven't been awarded that, and we haven't been declined yet. We're hoping that comes through. I'm optimistic that we will get the grant, but you never know. It's a FEMA grant, and that grant will fund the 9 firefighters for 3 years. The plan that we've got, the administration has been working on, would be if funds are available, that we budget for 3 per year. So at the end of 3 years, we have a budget set aside for the 9 firefighters to move forward. And that's budget, depending on revenues and the ability to absorb those costs. This just shows the cost of one firefighter. It's an average of the 9. Each position pays a little differently, but $15,000 of equipment for a new firefighter, and ongoing the benefits and wages is just shy of 130 per firefighter. Total of 1.15, 1,151,000. We also need a new fire engine for that station. We haven't, we have an RFP out. We could purchase this if we were ready, but we're holding off to see if the SAFER grant comes in to make sure that we're not buying something. And the annual loan payment's missing a 3. It's 233,307, not 23,000. So that was a mistake on my part. For a fire engine, if we order fire engines now, they're 2 to 3 years out. So there's a significant delay in getting them manufactured and here. So, time is of the essence, but we do want to make sure that we're going to have the ability to fund the 9 firefighters before we spend that $1.6 million. I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
When did you tell us the date that we'll know about that grant for the 9?
Yeah, I thought we would know by now, so it's hard to say. FEMA has been running behind for almost 2 years now. So it could be any day, or it could be a month or 2, but hopefully not a lot longer than that. But it's a guess.
And do you get notified either way if you get it or you don't?
Yeah, we'll get either an acceptance or they'll decline it. So.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Chief? Counselor Whipple.
So we also need to get a new engine for fire station number 4 soon. Is that correct?
Yeah, station 4 is the 5-year CIP or plan for the fleet includes a fire engine for station 4 and station 1 in the current projected budget. So, and that would in about the same time frame, we need 2 engines.
So would it make sense to just go ahead and order this one for number 1? And then if we don't get the grant and the 9 firefighters, we can just put it for one of the stations that we know is going to need a new engine soon anyway?
We think a lot alike.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think that's the plan that we'll move forward with, is to order the 1 and then see what happens with the SAFER grant before we order the 2nd.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Counselor Handley.
So I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So the SAFER grant, I mean, when you apply for it, do you have to identify a funding source to sustain it beyond the grant, or how did it work when you?
So it asks for a commitment that you're going to attempt to. At the end of the 3 years, there's no set requirement that you maintain the 9 firefighters. But the commitment period of the 3 years, you have to keep the 9 firefighters. But after that, it's subject to the city's ability to pay or their budget. So we didn't give them any financial data from the city other than showing the city's total budget, the fire department's budget, and the justification for the need.
And the 1 point, could you go back on that? So the 1.6.
That's for the
no,
engine.
that's the 1.1. So that's the total amount that 3 years from now, our annual budget would need to be increased by in perpetuity to be able to sustain those 9.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
At today's wages.
Yes, that problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's very helpful. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that correctly, and I was curious how it worked. I guess the assumption is that 3 years at least gives the city a little bit of a head start to budget for that.
And that was why there had been talk about budgeting 3 per year. So at the end of the 3 years, we're ready for 9. Just to start front loading that budget.
Got it.
We're prepared.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
And that's all pending that there's actually budget available for the firefighters.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Brian, are you ready for us to readdress that motion?
I am, thank you. It was actually a fairly easy answer once I looked it up, and I'm glad to know that my gut reaction was accurate, but I appreciate you indulging me to give me time to look at the statute. The statute on appropriation noticing says that appropriations can be increasing operating capital budgets require only that there is written notice of the time, place, and purpose of the meeting. That's all that it says. So I think we're fine.
Okay, so we can go ahead on a vote on that motion.
Yes, because the source of the appropriation is not actually a required part of the notice.
All right, so is there any discussion on the motion? Travis Hoban.
Yeah, so Councilor Shipley, would you mind just explaining your intent behind the motion? So what are you hoping to accomplish from this?
Yeah. So the two-part motion now is to reappropriate $350,000 from the demolition appropriation over to the legacy CIP fund balance, and then to direct staff to prepare for tonight a motion that says that 850,000 will come from legacy CIP and 650 from the impact fees. And Travis, to your question, the only difference that we're talking about here is the 350,000, right? So instead of obligating our general fund to $350,000 from that balance, I'd rather have that 350 come from excess savings from a project that we've accomplished some savings from.
I guess I'd be curious to hear if there's any opposition from I guess, finance or Isaac to that. Any rationale why we would not want to do that?
I think Councillor Whipple kind of hit on the sensitivity we have. Once there's different buckets and they can be used for different things. A fire station is something that general fund spending some money on is perfectly great. And so we prefer to have that and work with you to decide what we do with that legacy CIP fund balance for other projects. So I've kind of expressed, that we prefer as outlined above, but I don't think I have anything more to add besides the administration's preference, unless any of my colleagues have any other additional points.
Councillor Whipple.
So we're able to have a certain amount in our general fund, a percentage of our budget. What does this $350,000, how does that affect the amount that we're able to have in that kind of
There it is.
savings? There we go. That's the slide.
So yeah, that far right comment, we're at 34% based on the last audited numbers. And so we have a really robust general fund. And that's wonderful and to be celebrated. And for something like a fire station, 350,000 for that seems very fine to us. So. Does that change everyone's mind?
Yeah, so that would drop the 34.2 down slightly. Yep. Do we know what it would take it down to? What percentage? Good question. Because I know Dave's, or my understanding from past conversations is that Dave's concern is that we have as much of that percentage in there as we can as a matter of prudence.
Well, in this particular case, I guess I just value $350,000 of our savings. I guess it's more about the prioritization of where this is coming from than it is actually a general fund discussion, because I think this is a perfectly good purpose for general fund money. It's just we over budgeted by $2 million for a project. That $2 million excess at this point is going to come back to us, for some kind of project. And again, we're cutting hairs here because it could go to something like this as well. But we already appropriated for that for a project. It feels like we already gave it up. We haven't given up any of this general fund for anything. We still have full discretion on what we can do with that. So I want to preserve as much of that as possible.
And maybe just putting a finer point on it, there was reluctance to spend $300,000 on the zoning plan out of the general fund. There's something nice about these little buckets that you have, and it feels a little different. So that is kind of the feel. Let's leave our buckets for other things that come along. But this is perfectly a general fund one. So that was the recommendation. So whoever wants to make the motion to amend is welcome to. Just kidding.
That was my thought, as far as it just gives us more room to save money in the general fund while still keeping those other buckets with more money in them. I don't know.
Councilor Whipple, I was gonna say, I don't know if Kelsey wants to jump up and correct my math, but if you take that number and reverse engineer it, it should drop it to 33.9%.
That's exactly the number I came up with, but that was also a year ago.
Yeah.
We'll be getting this 2023 number, sharing with you in a couple of months as we get through with the audit. The only other thing I would just say is that by using a little bit more of the legacy CIP fund balance, it just may make a parking structure just a little harder, as we look at those options in the future.
I feel like we're arguing here, but I think we're both talking about good solutions. And frankly, I think we're just kind of cutting hairs a little bit. I think there's just a little more choice that we keep with general fund balance than there is with legacy CIP. And that's my only preference, but either place is a perfectly good solution. So.
Okay, I'm curious for the point of discussion. So if we decided to do a parking structure down the road, are you saying that money cannot come from the general fund?
Certainly could.
It could.
But just as you might be reluctant to spend on a zoning plan from the general fund, it's sometimes just convenient to take projects out of other budget buckets. So, yeah.
Okay, any more discussion? Councillor Hoban.
Can we move forward with the vote, and then however it shakes out, we can actually discuss this more tonight too, right? If we wanted to.
All right. Councillor Ellsworth.
Are you calling for a vote?
I am calling for a vote.
Okay.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Councillor McKay. No. Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore.
Yes.
Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor Shipley.
Yes.
There you go. 6-1 passes. So tonight we're coming back. Will we need to do a different slide then? Is that the idea, or?
I'll work with Kelsey and we'll just get the language of the actual resolution amended to reflect that, and so that you'll have that when we vote on it tonight.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no objection, we will now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council work meeting and convene as the governing board of the Development Agency of Provo by unanimous consent.
Great. So we have an item with the RDA board. It's a discussion regarding expanding the tax increment financing with the Norda College of Osteopathic Medicine. And this will be presented by Keith Morey.
I think this could be a pretty quick item. It just depends. I think our task from the last meeting was to take the recommendations that you had for what you would want in a resolution based on the terms that we discussed for the expansion of the Norda redevelopment project. And so we've done that in the resolution. And I think if you want to turn to page 3, to me, I think that's the critical portion, because if you look in that paragraph that starts failure to achieve project milestones, to me, that's where we tried to capture the language that I think you requested. And that paragraph says that if the agency fails to achieve the first milestone, then in such an event, the available tax increment funds will be reduced by 20% or by $1.4 million to $35,600,000. And if the agency fails to achieve the second milestone, then in such an event, the available tax increment funds will be reduced by the remaining penalty amount from 37 million to 30 million. So I think that was kind of the desire that you had to both allow the expansion of the project area the way that they had discussed, but to put in place some penalties that if they didn't achieve those milestones, the tax increment would be cut or reduced. So I hope we accomplish that.
Okay, thank you. So the intended outcome of the discussion would be to look for a motion on further discussion, but are there any questions for staff at this time? Okay. Oh, do you have a?
Yeah, just
Okay,
one
Board
quick question.
Member
So,
Shipley.
so reduced by 20% or 1.4 is just a prorated amount based on the time frame to that point.
Correct.
So 20% of the amount that had been allocated towards tax increment in the first 5 years.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Just trying to make sure I understand the math of what.
And I mean, I don't
said.
think there's anything sacred about the 1.4 million, I'm just trying to find a way to bifurcate the two penalties so that if you don't achieve the first one within the first 5 years and start the parking structure or complete the parking structure in the second phase of the commercial, then there's a penalty. And if you don't complete the second phase, the residential in the 10 years, then there's another penalty. So, I mean, if we didn't carve that up the way you want, I mean.
No, I just trying to understand the numbers.
Yeah.
It's great.
Okay, Board Member Hoban.
I don't have any questions right now. Thanks.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Board Member McKay.
And NORDA is on board with this?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
They participated in this draft. So I think if everything's okay, I think Justin's recommendation was that we have this just in another work session in case. And if there was something else to work on, then we will come back at the next council meeting for your final approval.
So to get this moving, do we need to make a motion then that we
Just
vote on
directly
this?
whether we did what you wanted, and if we did, then we'll put this exactly on the agenda the next time the way it is, or if we missed it, we'll make corrections and bring it back to the regular council meeting in 2 weeks.
Okay, well, I'm happy to see the milestones. I think that's great. And I know I'm anxious to get this project approved.
Are there any comments or questions?
Can I just ask one more quick question? Yeah. So something that came out of the last meeting that was new to me was the developer saying that they're already obligated to some kind of parking commitment. And I just wonder if you could help us understand what they are obligated to regardless of, what kind of milestone we put in place here. I mean, they made it sound like there was something they have to accomplish even just for the building that's already there from a parking standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, the site plan that they submitted for that building itself has its own parking requirement, right? So they would have to begin that portion to meet the obligation for that building.
Theoretically, though, they could do a temporary parking spot.
Or they could do surface parking,
yeah.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Hoban.
And so this plan includes the NCOM building, correct? So
correct.
Pulling that in
Right.
and giving it. Okay,
exactly.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other board questions or comments? Oh, just looking for questions or comments.
Oh, I think it's a commendable resolution. If you got a meeting of the minds on both sides, I think we're in great shape. Let's go ahead and get this done and give another boost to the medical school.
Okay. Does the board feel like this is what they wanted to incent, was the completion of the parking spaces and then the completion of the first? I remember talking about the housing, but do you feel comfortable with the completion of the parking structure?
As a grammarian, I'm opposed to incent as a verb, but yes.
Oh, sorry. What would be proper? Incentivizing? Well, we'll talk about that later. Other comments
That was
or
the
questions?
first part of the slippery slope, and then it went
Oh,
to
dear.
incent, and so it's just
Okay.
like it's lost now.
Anything-
I think this is great. I'm fully support.
Okay, pertinent to the content of this material.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we.
Hold, was there a comment over here? Okay, sorry. Board Member McKay.
I'd like to make a motion that we meet at the next meeting to take a vote on this.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? Great, we'll take a vote. Board Member Fillmore.
Yes.
Great. Board Member Whipple.
Yes.
Board Member McKay.
Yes.
Board Member Shipley.
Yes.
Board Member Handley.
Yes.
Board Member Hoban.
Yes.
And I will vote yes, so that vote is unanimous. We will adjourn the governing board of the redevelopment agency if there's no objection, by unanimous consent.
Thank you very much.
Did you look it up?